Alright, test, test. It looks like it's streaming, but I'm gonna take my earbuds out first. Alright, it's working now.
Yeah, we heard.
Oh, yeah, it's, what day is it today? Yeah, it's January 9th,
Well,
2026.
what's it? Happy New Year? There's one word that seems wrong here. Now, it is 2026, so we can definitely confirm it is the new year. It's the H word at the start. Happy. Does it seem so?
Yeah.
Seems, well, some were celebrating. Others ended up getting swooped up in the middle of the night in a Navy SEAL, CIA joint operation to
Delta Force.
extract Maduro. Oh, is it Delta Force?
Yeah,
Oh, God,
it's Delta
guys.
Force. Yeah.
They're basically like the SEALs got laughed at too much, so they had to make like a special named force that is basically just the Navy SEALs, but isn't known as. But then it's basically the military version. And they're like, well, we don't want to be known as a bunch of like comb guzzling Navy guys, so like Delta Force. Ugh. Don't the Rangers still exist as well? Why do you guys have so many fucking things? Isn't like Delta Force like technically part of Rangers? I can't remember. It's all a mess.
They recruit
Less
some
military stuff.
they recruit some of the top Rangers, but they're not all Rangers. It's very mysterious and selective.
Yeah, but like, yeah, those guys are they're trained under like the same training that like the SAS and the IDF Special Forces. What are they fucking called again?
Shit, I don't
Some Hebrew
remember.
word, I forgot it. But like those guys, SAS, and then like Delta Force, SAS, and Spetsnaz were said during the Cold War to have like the best special forces training. I think Spetsnaz were like somewhere at the top of that list. Spetsnaz had more numbers. Like SAS specialized on like low number tactics, which spawned a lot of myths. But they have been very effective at doing these kind of ram raid imperialist attacks and assaults. But you can only do them so many times. You have to target them in such a specific way. Donald Trump took the quick grab chance he had to deploy that kind of tactic to extract a guy. They did the same shit with Saddam, you know? Like, this is not outlandish. I mean, like, they had the palace stormed and everything the year the fucking Iraq war started. So, like, this is one of those things where, like, you can see a reification of imperialism, but people think it's a reification of imperialist peace, and whilst it could be, I don't think so. I don't think this is going to work. I think this is an endeavor by Trump that's not as mindless as people like to believe it was, as much as no one would want to listen to people like me or Noob or Rob or anyone else who's been telling people, like, yo, this shit is more calculated, it's got function to it, it's not what you think it is. Trump doesn't believe it's gonna make money, he's not stupid. All these tactics to reorganize the world imperial structure in a very violent way, it hasn't made way for imperial peace. European members of NATO have basically all decided that the U.S. has opened up a robbers fucking world, a lawless environment. I'd say Israel was really the source for that. It gave the US the inspiration to be like, well, we can do whatever the fuck we want and still get away with it. So, like, it's not going to create stability, because what Europe will do is it'll arm itself and deploy troops in Ukraine, which, do you know what? They'll do that regardless of whether there's a peace deal at this point. And do you know what fucking Putin will do if troops are deployed in Ukraine? He'll consider it a declaration of war. And whilst they have logistic issues at the moment, that's not always going to be the case.
Well,
especially if they seize more territory in Ukraine, because the Ukrainians still got all those old Soviet factories that they haven't, like, repurposed.
Well, yeah. Well, let's go back to Venezuela for, like, because, like, we gotta touch that first before we start going into other avenues of all this nine.
I mean, what I would say wasn't really detracting from it. It was also what this specific situation has endeavored, and I was explaining the mechanism that has been utilized here. Because what Venezuela has done is it's opened up Greenland to being a much more likelihood that Donald Trump will at least bully them into accepting.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was gonna touch on the Trump thing because there are some people who think that, like, Trump just did this. Well, the problem is like before the kidnapping, people were saying that it was all a bluff, and then it wasn't, and then
So it's just a distraction from the Epstein files.
Yeah, and there's even liberals who say that too, and so it's just
Well, I mean, it's the liberals that probably said that first. Like, that's the issue. It's the Social Democrats and some Marxists copying the fucking liberals. Imagine that being your, like,
yeah.
your portfolio for political activity. Or what are you known for? Oh, being a fucking dick rider of liberalism. Wonderful.
Yeah, and and we know that Trump has his team as well that helps plan this shit out. The Pentagon has been cleaned up with their, I mean, the whole government apparatus has been, like, put with Trump people, the 2025 project people, Teal people, Palantir, and all that lot.
So it's like, it's not the individual that makes the movement. So, like, and even Trump knows that, and he's a narcissist. Fucking, when a narcissist is outpacing so-called leftists, that's like, come on now. We're busy on this game where people think that because someone's like an adversary or an enemy, they must therefore be stupid or this, that, and the other, insult, ad hominem. It makes you look like a moron yourself if that's your default, because, like, that's weak-skinned. If someone's got shit positions, you can criticize the shit positions. You don't have to, like, lower yourself to bigotry. But also, it's just inaccurate. And if you're inaccurate about shit, well, you go and misunderstand and misinterpret things in a way that'll get you fucked over. Like, that's just... I hate to be that motherfucker, but that's logic. That's even pragmatic. So for even the motherfuckers that don't like practicality but love pragmatism, they don't like that part.
Yeah.
Chauvinism.
Yeah, and Trump has ideology. Yeah. Fascism has an ideology, in case a lot of the Marxists out there have forgotten.
Well, they seem to be the only ones who say it doesn't have an ideology. I mean, some of the liberals say shit like Trump, but liberals don't really care about whether you have an ideology or not. Like, that's kind of the point of liberalism. But, like, a lot of so-called Marxists and then some social democrats, they're all like, oh, he doesn't even have any ideology, because they want to feel special that they do have an ideology and they thought things out, and Donald's obviously the way he is because he didn't think things out. That is, like, the most baby approach towards politics I've ever heard. Like, being knowledgeable about a thing doesn't make you correct about a thing, and people who are bigots or fascists or anyone like that, someone who's got an ideological dedication to shit like that, they know their way around the prairie, let's just put it that way. Like, otherwise they wouldn't be big shit in that kind of game. That's just the way the fucking river runs when it comes to politics of the more radical type, and not the, let's say, the status quo. So, like, Donald Trump might be a fucking bit of a Gimli in some ways because he's a capitalist. He hasn't lived the kind of lives that fucking even middle class people have, let alone like regular ass people. It doesn't mean he isn't a thought out ideologue. Heck, because he has petty bourgeois fucking ancestors very recently in his family. His grandfather was once petty bourgeois and became bourgeois. He's one of those kind of guys. There's that sort of like wants to be like desire to be involved in cultural hegemonic influence and stuff like that. The desire to sort of be a bit of an emperor king in that sort of sense. So like Donald represents something that really irks them because it's someone who's very ignorant and knows very little about stuff that we think is common knowledge, but then ideologically is outmaneuvering them 10 to 1, and they're supposed to be the ideological thinky people. That's their gimmick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they, and the thing with the whole thing about like Maduro being in court, being kidnapped, hostage in New York City, of all places, it's like just to let the audience know, if you remember that one stream I did on the legalism, or if you haven't, you should check that one out to like see what I was reading and quoting.
I mean, I told someone about the thing when Zora was saying it, and the first thing that they did to me was deny that he said it because they would never believe he would actually like tell people to hand themselves over, because that sounds like a brash way of putting it. And then when I explain what it is, they're like, no, he's just like trying to make sure that they don't get like hurt or killed. And that was before anyone had been killed. So like it wasn't even a good reasoning, even if someone had been. But like that is not what he says, because defending would be like people huddling around, people protecting people always keeping an eye on like their immigrant neighbors and stuff and making sure that they're like okay. Like shit like that is what you would be advising if you were trying to keep people safe, not give yourselves up to the people who will try and deport you even if you're a citizen.
Yeah, and Mondani had also thrown Venezuela under the bus twice after the election too. He said Maduro was a dictator in Cuba as well. And now that like Trump kidnapped him, he kinda did like a 45-degree, not a complete flip-flop. It's just kind of, I'm concerned about.
Stood to him being a dictator, but was like, this is not what we do. I'm focused on New York.
Yeah,
Okay.
and people were like, the DSA put pressure on him over Maduro. No, what it is that he's realizing that could happen to him.
Optics. No, like even the Zionists that voted for him might be a bit like, because you got a lot of liberal Zionists in New York, so like he might lose some of his base. But like, what it is, in his like, I saw a little bit of his opening speech, and I couldn't watch it all because of what I'm going to tell you, because it really pissed me off. At one point in the speech, he just turns around and is like mentioning about like bringing like being like a place for Palestinian like refugees to come, and like in a sense that sounds like a good thing, but he's someone who's thrown the movement under the bus, put Zionists in charge of the police force, or let them be continually in charge of the police force, and he's co-opted himself towards fascism on behalf of the Democrat Party. So it seems more like he, in his conversation with Trump, agreed to be a place where Israel can deport a lot of the Palestinians that won't have homes anymore when they've taken those places in the Gaza Strip that they say they're going to take.
Yeah, and he signed an executive order on January 1st, second executive order where he's not letting people protest near the fucking Zionist businesses and all that shit, 60 feet away.
Where else are you supposed to fucking protest? It's like London with their you can't protest after 4 o'clock rule. What a stupid fucking rule.
And it's like 60 feet away, and that means you can't even be near the other side of the fucking street, because it's New York City we're talking about here. And it's just like, wow. It's
So wait, you gotta be 20 fucking meters away.
if that's what 60 feet is, I think so. Yeah, that's what they like. His order says like above 60
Get out
feet.
to like 60 fucking feet. Most people use yards, but like fucking America doesn't believe in yards except in the classroom. You're a weird country.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, Maduro's in New York City, like literally in the pen. He's in the same one that they got Maxwell and Puff Daddy and all that crap. Um, and I mean, I know that a lot of people have pivoted.
It's more funny than Puff Daddy being known Zionist Trumpian Puff Daddy.
Yeah, and
That guy was never a great guy, but Mandem has just like Mandem has been falling in reverse ever since he existed.
well, he's he says he's like a Christian now, and when he got
he's a born again Christian. That explains why he's a pedophile.
what happened during his trial, so.
Well, he hasn't been convicted yet. Sorry, alleged pedophile.
Oh no, he's been convicted of sexual trafficking over state lines. But it was a really easy.
The pedophile thing, because he was also like doing shit with youths,
Yeah, and I know that
so
there's.
I'm saying, like, if he hasn't been convicted, I'm doing the joke where everyone, because he hasn't been convicted for the pedophile stuff, then I can only say alleged, because that's the liberal shit, where they think saying alleged means it's, like, less legally viable for suing you. Now, in the UK, that's not how it works. In the UK, they can fucking sue your ass and you can put alleged in front of it, because you could still be besmirching them. And in the UK, you just have to cause damages to someone to be sued for that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, all the fucking charges on Maduro, it's just fucking a bunch of bullshit. It's just.
Has he actually been to trial yet?
He's had his hearing. Like, the trial's not gonna happen for a long time.
The delay, and that's great.
And it's all just so stupid because like he's kidnapped. He has diplomatic immunity, although, well, of course, the regime is going to argue against that in court. And his wife is also there, arrested too, and all this. Bruised up, actually. The Delta Force, like, hit her on the head with her gun, I guess.
Wait, who's done?
The Trump regime, the Delta Force, they hit Maduro's wife in the head when they kidnapped them.
Oh, so she's dead or just injured?
No, she's injured. She's with Maduro, but she's in a women's jail.
Okay, the way you fucking said it, like she's done, so I was like, yo, what?
No.
That's totally mistake for someone who's dead.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that. No, I said that I said that she was hurt.
But like, I mean, the viewers can hold me to account. It's okay. I besmirched you, and we can fight it out with swords later. But what I wanted to say is that like this whole like situation, it always did seem like it was gonna gun towards Mexico. I always felt like Mexico is the big target in all of this. Maduro is the starter. He's the appetizer.
Yeah, well, it seems like both.
To fund a war.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Mexican and the Colombian governments, they're agreeing with Trump to work on a plan and all that crap to go after, lumpen bourgeois cartels. So,
I mean, it might actually be beneficial for the Mexican government to get rid of the cartel, but not like this.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the whole problem.
An old saying called a time and a fucking place, and not it. Weirdly enough.
Yeah, the Colombian president, he caved to Trump and he called him up, and then he came out in another speech and he was like, "Oh,
He
well,
didn't, because it was funny when he was dunking on him. Come and get me. that was funny. If he committed to that, I would have gained a little bit of respect for him, but he didn't. He ducked
he's
and
a
then went back to being a little sausage.
he's a showman." And then he came out again and he was like, "Oh yeah, I talked to Trump and I said my disagreements, but he's not a stupid person. You can't say he's stupid." So like even like the Colombian president is saying that like you can't call Trump stupid. Funny
Yeah, you
enough.
can't. Like, people who think Trump's stupid are themselves stupid.
And the president of Colombia said that like, yeah, I want to work with Trump on with the cartels in Colombia, or it might be I have my own suspicions on what he really means by that, but
I mean,
it's
Trump might have him in a bit of a deadlock, and so he's playing it smart. This is a problem about pragmatism. But, at least a lot of the communists in the imperial periphery aren't fucking bowing to Trump. They're pretty fucking vicious about this shit. I'd like to see what the Hojists in Venezuela have to say about everything that's going on.
yeah, and then of course Lula, he doesn't care. He had brain surgery, so he doesn't talk as much as he once did. But he's the same guy who literally had his ambassador lie to Maduro's face last year, saying like, yeah, we're gonna let you in BRICS, and then literally at the vote they vetoed Venezuela and Bolivia, and Lula just fucking like, that's just the little game he plays, and he doesn't care about Venezuela. So yeah.
And now that Trump is like essentially owning the country, he's not going to change the name to Venezuela, is he?
Don't give him any ideas, honestly. It's with the way Delcia Rodriguez is handling shit, she might even do it.
It would be him. Like, he found it on the TV, just scrolling through, the stream comes out. He's like, "Oh my god, great idea, you should say Venezuela. That's the new name. We're taking over. We're calling it Venezuela. We're taking $50 million more. And then we'll take many millions more."
Yeah, well, I mean,
They say Venezuela is the greatest oil in the world. It'll be even better with my new oil drilling methods. No magnets involved.
yeah, and then
Have
what's
you heard about Donald Trump's war on magnets? It's going to be one of the funniest thing ever. Like, he goes to the military, he's like, "Have you seen these new, like, slingshots they got? They work with magnets. They're terrible."
Yeah, and just with the way things are going, to explain it to people at the moment in the live stream, because if you're listening to this after, the facts might change on the ground. Everything is super fluid. But like, Delcia Rodriguez was sworn in as the president of Venezuela now, and her brother is the head of parliament, and I don't know if she has a VP yet or not. That's going to be in the future, I guess. Because at the moment, she's agreed to work with Trump on, giving a bunch of oil away and then sell it. And then the money will be used to buy American products. Because apparently she's agreed to only buying American products now. And there'll be a transition to elections in the future, but they haven't told us when, so that's in the long road. And she's effectively changed foreign policy overnight to Trump's demands. They didn't allow a Cuban airliner to land in Caracas yesterday, and they're not selling oil to Cuba anymore. And we've seen how Trump has been hijacking oil shipments from the Caribbean up until, the coast of Iceland between the UK and Ireland. That was yesterday in the morning. A US-UK operation.
Yeah, British used the RAF to support the U.S. Navy. What's it? As a bit of a brightener, though, y'all might have heard me say pig fucker. I was spitting on a statue of Sir Robert Peel.
I see.
They actually put a square metal box around it during the BLM thing. I never could think why. Oh yeah, he invented the police. He based it off the British colonial garrisons of the Empire. Empire is like the word of the year or some shit. Oh, I made the mistake of letting go of the power. Oh no. Bugger.
Yeah, and effectively, the Venezuelan government is just kind of hoping that Maduro is going to eventually win his case. But, other than that, they're playing ball with the U.S., they're capitulating with everything, and they allowed a lot of right-wing compradors out of the prisons this morning, but not the Communist Party members of Venezuela. So,
Interesting. I imagine that was a request from the president.
Yeah.
Of the United States. And, what's it? Like, it would be kind of funny if somehow he managed to win the court case in the U.S. Like, they managed to just accidentally pick a judge that actually kind of likes Maduro. He just wins. Or he sauce talks him. The guy's a smooth-lipped criminal, Like, maybe he'll be one of those, like, Al Pacino types, untouchable, slippery little bastard once you catch him. I mean, I'm joking. I know it's gonna be bad, but, like, it's fucking... I don't know. Maybe the grass is greener on the other side. Well, that's what the liberals are doing.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that there are so-called communists and others. They're actually just saying we should wait for the court to release them, and it's like, no, we need a anti-war protest. We can't just be like, oh yeah, let's wait for Maduro to win, because like. His trial won't happen for like over a year.
I wonder if all the babies have noticed that I'm coming. I'm not sure.
And that's just how the current situation is in Venezuela as it is. And, there's a lot of questions everybody's asking. How many CIA assets were involved with tracking down Maduro? Were there any other traitors in general? And, and the whole thing where the government completely capitulated Trump so fast. Yeah, like we all are very skeptical of this government now. And, it doesn't look good. It looks it's all bad.
Well, now they've noticed me. It's my pigeon friends.
Yeah.
Sorry. What was you saying?
Well, I'm just talking about how, that it's not, everybody has questions and it's not looking good on the government of Venezuela that they've, it looks like Maduro was betrayed, and to some extent, I think there has to be at least a smidgen of truth to that.
I've become one with the birds. They're all over me.
Yeah, and they killed all of Maduro's bodyguards, his security service. They happened to be from Cuba because of all the mess that happened during 2019, where Trump and the CIA were playing games to try to coup him, including like sending some like mercenaries to the beach and all this crap. And the trucks were breaking the border, and And like, yeah, Maduro had to do that. It was a different situation. There's probably people he didn't trust that were already had been caught trying to coup him. And that happened the same thing with Chavez too, with the old state.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to concentrate and the pictures are all over me.
And it's 100, and then there's like at least 70 Venezuelans who were killed in the bombings as well, the government said. And it was like 13 black helicopters. There's like different helicopters that were used, but the point is there was like 13 of them, and they had Delta Force on board.
Are really sharp and my hands are very cold. Ah. Can you hear them?
Yeah, it's very loud.
You can hear the cooing?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were grinding their beaks at one point, which is like, it's like the equivalent of like a dog wagging its tail so hard that it can pound through the wall. And I think a seagull or a goose scared them. Give me a chance to put my gloves on. Yeah, no, this whole situation is like where I think the fascists might be out for blood on this one, because then it satisfies the base who wants Democrats dead, but like, what's the next best thing? Dictators abroad or whatever. If anything, it's even better for him. It's a better piecemeal, because, Maduro actually seems more like a left-winger than like whatever the fuck the US has. You guys, I gotta...
Yeah.
There must be like 100 or more pigeons here. Oh my god. I'm gonna put some on the lap so you can stop trying to climb in the bag. Ow. I have no rules with them, so they fucking take the liberties of me sometimes. I haven't got enough for yous as well, seagulls. I'm being ravaged. Ah, they undid my head. Ah. That is haram. Can you... Baby. No. Thank you. Don't watch me take one of yous out and think that means I'm opening up for another one, yeah? They're on my head, they're on my shoulders, they're on my lap, they're everywhere. Oh, someone's happy. Or making me their territory. You never know.
Oh yeah, one of the other things I was gonna bring up too now. I mean, there's so much to cover, but regarding the Zio-Nazis, the apartheid state, they earlier before New Year's they decided to recognize Somaliland, and it's caused a lot of trouble. And right now they're bombing Lebanon as well. I at least saw something that was something like more than 30 strikes at the moment. And so like, yeah, the Zionist Nazis haven't stopped. And sadly, I predicted that they were going to recognize Somaliland. And they definitely have some. They've definitely opened up a base there already, based on what people were saying in the intelligence reports. So like, yeah, we got the Zionists in Africa now. Just for the people who are listening, yeah, the Zion Nazis, they're in Africa too now.
Get your hair wrapped around my foot, it's gonna fuck you up. Yeah, the Zionists were very big on the whole Venezuela thing, because it gives more justification to their own imperial activities.
Yeah.
Oh, this demon's knocked my blanket off, now it's wet.
Yeah, and one of the updates in Yemen is that the UAE-backed Comprador forces had a retreat, and the Saudi-backed Comprador forces have basically they've taken over everything that used to be part of the UAE proxies. It happened like within 5-6 days. The UAE just kind of pulled out. So like, yeah, there's a huge rivalry going on between the Saudis and the UAE, and the Zionists are on the side of the UAE. And obviously we support the legitimate Houthi government over there that's been kind of watching that stuff go down, as they're also fighting against, Compradors and the Saudis and the Zionists and the U.S.
So Israel started doing some rapid border restructuring for its security, so-called security boundaries that it sets up inside the West Bank. I mean, it's the same thing they've been doing for decades, but they've done it in a really intense and rapid way compared to normal.
Yeah. They're still occupying South Syria as well. There's been some calming down in the tensions and back channel stuff recently. But in Syria, in the north, in Aleppo, the Kurdish forces have been fighting Jolani and the Turkish proxies, HTS, for the last 4 days. It's probably going to continue. The Kurds don't have any backing from any government right now. Trump doesn't care for them. Like, we all know that. So yeah, it's right near there as well. It's a conflict. It's a war, and the Kurds, they get abused a lot. They get abused a lot everywhere. It's a shame.
I didn't catch that. I was sorting out nuts in my blanket. I'm sorry, that's all I have. It's on the floor, babies. Yeah, I mean, this year is a year of imperial dominion, if last year wasn't. The U.S. is going to go on a conquest.
Yeah, and it's not stopping with Venezuela either. They got Trump and Rubio have been threatening Cuba every day. We just saw how Mexico and Colombia capitulated. They're threatening Iran too. Trump actually tweeted out some live stream of the protests over there this morning, like a YouTube link, and yeah, the protests in Iran are huge. It's everywhere.
Yeah, what's fucking uh what was I think one of them was called like fuck the Ayatollah protest or something like that. Like like
A lot
we
of
gotta give
them.
it to the Iranians. They know how to name their protests. Like the protests for those two lesbians that were murdered were pretty fucking baller as well.
Yeah.
Maybe Jason Unruh will come out and like condemn these protests like he did the feminist protests.
Oh god, yeah. Well, MRN is doing the thing now where they're like pushing they're calling people they're calling people gender warriors as well. That was Nicole.
Gender warriors. Oh my god, what's wrong with being a gender warrior? I don't get the problem with that. It's like called a social justice warrior. Well, I'm a warrior for social justice. Okay.
Yeah, Nicole said that the problem with liberals is that they're SJWs as well. So, that's the type of thing they're doing over there. So-called malice, I guess, And yeah, you got a lot of protests in Iran, and you got Kurdish Iranians protesting, and they took over like police stations, two of them, and they got rid of one of the police chiefs. I saw the video. It was kind of intense, but yeah, like, and they're protesting in the Azerbaijan area of Iran. That's what the province is called as well, by the way. It's called like North Azerbaijan, but it's everywhere. Tehran, Mazar, and yeah, there's a huge climate change issue there. There's a huge ass drought. Like, it's just dry. And yeah, the government had, restricted the water, and they canceled apartment buildings being constructed, and they kind of told people to start packing their bags for the future because it's overpopulated in Tehran, the capital. We're not talking about like small towns or something like that. 10 million people live in the capital. It's a huge place as well. And yeah, there's these huge factors, material factors, psychological factors that are making these protests a lot more bigger. Like, just, it's been 2 weeks now. It's been 2 weeks now.
Not even 2 weeks into the new year. So 9 days.
Right.
First days are longer where you're at them. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, well,
you never know. Like, America seems to be changing every moment. The pigeons come landing back down, and one of them landed on my head. And then I spooked them because I moved a little too fast.
I see.
Is one going to land on my head again? No, on my arm. Hi!
Yeah, and recently as well, I think it was yesterday, it depends on over there, it was in Iraq. 2 different militias over there in Iraq had sent the United States a letter stating that they weren't aligned with Iran at all, which was kind of not exactly good news for Iran. It's it's a different place in Iraq these days, so there's just a lot of stuff happening there as well. And I guess the militias, they just don't want to associate with themselves with Iran at this point.
Yeah, it does seem like Iran is a hot spot for an invasion, maybe. Or I think it might be a little more Syria style, where some Christian fundamentalist force is probably going to be funded.
Well, I think if that does happen, we'll see like the Azerbaijan government get involved with annexing northern Iran. and they'll surround Armenia that way and connect themselves to Turkey again, and I guess Iraq. And the problem is that the Kurds, they live right by the Azerbaijani area too, and northern Iraq. So, it would certainly be a fucking shit show, the least to say. You do have Arabs, Arab Iranians that live in a little bit more south towards the coast of the Gulf of Persia, or whatever they call it.
Sorry, but I need to take everything from you.
I shouldn't feed pigeons bread. Bread kills pigeons. You should feed pigeons nuts and seeds. Bread kills them. It blocks their crop.
Coming after me.
That's not how that works. It kills them over time. It doesn't kill them instantly. And also, there are a lot of pigeons, so I guarantee you don't know the number of pigeons out here. So you laughing about it? Do pigeons have a Tesco where they can go buy bread? Do they? No, they eat nuts and they eat seeds.
I'm coming now because
I care about these birds, and people feeding them bread kills them. You should look up on the internet. It's what it's there for.
Hello.
Fucking absolute, like if you care about feeding birds, you would feed them the proper thing they fucking want to eat, like, not just any other crap that you'll watch them feed on. Fucking abusive.
Yeah, it's messed up. It's animal abuse. That's the way it is.
They keep coming every time. I always get that fucking bullshit, but that's not how birds work. They don't know what is good for them. They're not fucking geniuses.
Exactly.
They keep coming every time. Yeah, and I'm sure if you give them fucking a little bit of cyanide with it every time, they keep coming every fucking time. It's pathetic. Again, where's the Tesco so people can go, where a bird can go buy fucking bread?
Right. You also have a party or a group in Baluchistan area of Iran that is calling for not just protests and strikes, but even some of them want to break away from Iran. The Baluchistani people also live in Pakistan, right by the Iran border. They're in the ocean. They have a coast as well. So it's in the south, but in the east of it. It's it's a lot of stuff going on. Iran is a big country. It's multinational as well, multi-ethnic. It's not 100% Iranian, in case I gotta remind some people out there. It's a very diverse place, just like with a lot of places we talk about around the world. And so, it's, I do worry that there's going to be a U.S. Zionist attack on the country, even if, I don't know when, but it's kind of up there in the air, And that's why we have to be not just vigilant. We really do need anti-war protests right now with what's happening in Venezuela, and really with everything else, with genocide in Palestine that's still happening, and they have been dropping bombs on Gaza every 2 or 3 days. And obviously Lebanon too right now. And the occupation of Syria. I mean, obviously there's stuff going on in Sudan as well. Genocide going there. A civil war. Foreign interference. And that's right by Somalia too as well, and Ethiopia and Libya.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump and the U.S. empire, they're making their moves. They're very fucking serious, and Trump announced as well that he wants the next congressional bill coming up this month to have $1.5 trillion for this fucking regime military. 1.5 trillion US dollars. Yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries they're not calling for impeachment of Trump or Venezuela.
No,
And
they're looking into it. You got to understand they must look into what happened, even though they're like leading the two parts of the who knows. Congress, interesting place.
Yeah, Schumer went on TV saying that that we gotta wait for the facts.
Food makes you actually prefer people more. Sorry, I'm being a cunt. What was you saying?
Yeah, Schumer went on TV saying that we gotta wait for the facts. Yeah, we gotta wait for the facts while Maduro's kidnapped and being hostage in New York City, in Schumer's backyard. Yeah, that's amazing. And he's like 83 years old now. You know, and Hakeem Jeffries is in New York City too.
Like showing it too. Like, guy don't even know what he's doing anymore for his own like bullshit. Like, he used to be so lively in the like Obama days.
Yeah, and
now he's like, he's like a bad librarian.
Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries is the speaker. No, he's not the speaker. He's the minority leader of the Democrats in the House. He is in New York City too. He represents a district. Mondani told DSA not to challenge him. I covered that last time on the stream. And he literally takes the most APAC money out of all the Democrats in the House, representatives as well. You know, and so, yeah, you know, you can't expect much from him either, you know. The neoliberals won't even, the neoliberal Democrat Party won't even defend. We're about to get into this now, but they won't even defend Somalians in Minnesota or in general, and haven't been. And they won't even defend the governor there, and they well, what's happened since Walz announced he wasn't running for re-election and Trump is targeting Somalians is that we just had the Gestapo, I think, yesterday as well. Yeah, yes, it's been a long week, but yesterday the Gestapo, they publicly executed a female queer driver in broad daylight in front of witnesses on video. Public execution. Gunshots to her face in her car.
Yeah, no. I mean, one of the big problems we have at the moment is the in the Anglosphere regarding like the US and the UK, um, actually even stretching out with like other countries like Nigeria and all that, it's like we are in a massive free speech crisis, protest crisis,
Yeah.
like right to assemble is. I mean, Nigeria's been bad for a long time, and it's like we've always had limitations on our commitments, but now there's commitment limitations, and then there's like actual like limitations. I mean, shit, you want to stick up for Palestine action? You want to say you support them? Well, you're a terrorist now. I'm under investigation by counter-terrorism policing of the United Kingdom because I held a sign that says I oppose genocide. I support Palestine action.
Yeah, and our government is calling people terrorists that they publicly execute in broad daylight as well. It's just brave new world levels of lies. You know, there's a little bit of a postmodernism in this kind of Trump fascism that we witness out here as well. You know, and so like yeah, you know, they just lie and they're celebrating it, like the far right and MAGA openly celebrating this execution. It's not even a joke.
But we just want to ask Congress first.
Yeah, and you know, and Trump's Gestapo said that the state of Minnesota is not going to be able to investigate the public execution they just did. And Tim Walz is just not putting any pressure. He's just kind of saying, oh, look, well, because the Democrat Party isn't doing anything. And the Trump DOJ also announced that they're investigating him and the Attorney General, Keith Ellis of Minnesota. And so, like, yeah, this is the bourgeois legal system. It's just dead. It's just a fascist courts. It's just this fucking Schmittian bullshit where the federal government keeps saying they have the right, and the Supreme Court is like has only ruled against Trump like 2% of the time last year. So, you know, yeah.
Well, the thing that's weirdly concerning is normally the Democrats would be the one pining like Europe is at the moment, where it's like international law, the fragility of it all, blah, 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 blah. Because this is like Cold War shit. Like, this isn't like post-Cold War. We start a war. Well, not a war. Is there special operations every time you want to go to war? It's instead fast in and out. The battle's over before you've even heard it on the news.
Yeah.
That kind of like brute force shit can't normally get away with so easily. America has a certain superiority, I guess, at the moment, but how long is it going to last for? Not longer, I imagine.
Well,
it's more,
we gotta
plastic or metal.
Yeah, but for the people out here on Turtle Island, we have to actually like push towards that and push against the government for it to weaken faster. Because
like the fact that this is something that isn't going to last doesn't mean we should sit it out. It's just that's the nature of these kind of burnout fascist moments, is that they tend to like bite themselves in the ass eventually. But obviously, how many people died in World War II? It was like 36 million in Japan, and then like 80 million in Europe. So waiting is not a great idea. I'm just saying that it's part of the way we mount our offense. I never get why people don't think you go all the way to the end. If your enemy's weak, you keep fighting. You don't go, well, time to kick up. You just don't keep fighting in a sense of like being always militancy. If your enemy's going to lie on their back for a moment, yeah, you're gonna stab them in the stomach if you get the chance, but you gotta also take the chance to build stuff up, not vanish and disappear. I mean, we had a lot of that going on during Biden's tenure. When Biden was in power, it was like, well, Biden's bad and the Republicans are bad. And then as soon as it was an election, I mean, I understand if people were pushing tactical voting, because I did. Not because I wanted the Democrats in, but because it was more of like a, don't have the Republicans come in because they're bastards. And then also, like, vote for a third party in as many places as we can, because there's no such thing as the right time or the wrong time for a third party. There's just time to make a third party, which is now. And that would have maybe gotten somewhere, but instead, no, it was get behind the Democrats before the election had even been resoluted. And then when the election was won, it's been that same shit as it was in 2016, where everyone just sort of, like, backed behind the Democrats until BLM got people off their ass.
Yeah, and the accelerationists, they don't want to admit that they were wrong about Trump this term, and they've just kind of disappeared, or they've argued that it's not true accelerationism because the liberals aren't doing the resistance movement or whatever from the first term. And basically, they don't want to admit that they're fucking wrong, you know. And
Are you trying to tell me accelerationism isn't the way? Or at least what they call accelerationism?
yeah.
Because, I mean, we kind of do need some kind of accelerationism right now, but a progressive kind that isn't normally available to us. And that's, we need, like, bare bones radicalism. That's the kind of accelerationism we need, where people are, like, going for, like, lumpen street gang kind of organizing, personally. Don't know if you're allowed to say that on YouTube or not yet anymore, but that's my garner to share.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you could say it, but I agree with you on that for sure. And then, okay, so yesterday around the afternoon, in Portland, the same Gestapo shot 2 people. We don't know the victims yet. They're hospitalized. We just know that they've shot 2 people and they had to get ambulanced. And then the government was tweeting out that they're Venezuelan terrorists. I don't know. I don't know who they actually are, but we know that they're fucking lying. And it's just like, so like, yeah, Gestapo, you know, they're not stopping. That's for sure. I wish I had more info on the Portland thing, but that's all we really know at this moment is 2 Gestapos shot 2 people, 2 persons. Yeah, and we'll see what comes out of that for sure in the future. I know that there are protests in Minneapolis right now. There was in Portland last night too. I don't know how many people. I mean, I know that there's a lot of people who have seen about the Minneapolis situation. Her name was Ran Good. Renee, her last name Good. Queer mother of 3. And publicly executed. It's graphic. The videos are out there. It's graphic. It's and it makes me mad. I had shared Red Finion's video on that when he covered it right away. on the community post as well. And and all the Gestapos have federal immunity, supposedly, because again, we're under a fascist state out here, as it is. And the other thing as well that I learned on Christmas is that we now know that a lot of the money for all this Gestapo stuff, all this kidnapping stuff, this deportation stuff, we now know that they're putting people as well in warehouses across the country. Some of them might be in like places like Oklahoma, I saw, but we don't know the exact location of all of them. We don't even know what the fuck is at those warehouses, at those camps, concentration camps. We don't even know who's there. And if you've seen the other streams that I've done, people have been falsely kidnapped and deported to third-party countries they don't belong to, including El Salvador, Gitmo, places in Africa. That's been documented, no matter what the government denies it. And we see the radar planes take them over there. But sometimes we don't know where they're at. For all I know, all these warehouses might be like fucking Amazon slave labor fucking type shit. Concentration camps, modern ones. This is the brave new world fascist shit we're under. And to be quite frank, the way Trump's been acting the last week, the kidnapping of Maduro is just a very kind of sign that we're transitioning from Bonapartism to just straight out Kaiserism. A kind of new form of it. Yeah, 21st century bourgeois capital. I don't know, you could call it techno-barbarism, perhaps. But that's what we're in right now.
Yeah. Sorry, I just been fucking screaming at someone because fucking just feeding the birds bread constantly, dropping these massive fucking chunks that they can't even fucking eat. It drives me fucking mad. Because everyone has to be a chauvinistic little self-asserted jackass that thinks they know better because the birds, they come back, you see, as if they know the exact number of fucking birds here. There's fucking loads. I know the birds. They know me. They run at me when they see me. I don't know how many fucking birds there are.
Oh, God, fucking animal abusers.
People can't even care about animals, let alone, like, colonized people. And their struggles. Oh, there it is. Sorry, babies, if I'm making you a bit jumpy. Yeah, and then, like, I'm stuck on a slope of ice, basically. Because I was, like, ramming into where the birds were feeding to, like, get them away from the bread. I was basically making it less enjoyable for them to feed them with bread. Because, if you just brought the right fucking food, I wouldn't have a problem. No one would have a problem. The birds would survive better and thrive. But instead, people come with fucking bread because some twat fucking 60 years ago started a fucking myth that you feed your stale bread to the ducks. And so now people just bring unstale bread, which is even worse because that shit will fucking inflate in their crop. And then it'll fucking kill them, and I can't get up this fucking slope. So I'm stuck.
Yeah, another thing that happened around December is the fascist candidate of Chile won the round-off election, 59%. He's a Pinochet supporter, and his dad was literally a Nazi, like a soldier Nazi that escaped Chile in 45, 46, and he changed his name and all this. And they're pro-U.S. government now. They're far right, and yeah, he supported Trump. He said that he's glad Maduro was kidnapped and all this crap. Same thing in Argentina with Milei, another piece of shit who's sadly in power. The Bolivian right-wing government that just came in as well is opening relations with the U.S. and privatizing industry, and they're cracking down on unions, left unions.
Yeah, that's a better idea. Thank you so much.
And
Thank you. I'm about to expend all my battery trying to get up there.
yeah, and there's
Wheelchair. Trying to go around in the snow is difficult.
yeah, and with Bolivia as well, I just know that there's been union strikes in the countryside and a few other places. The left over there has been in a disarray due to a lot of splits and neoliberals leaving the SOCDEM parties, and they lost the parliament completely. The Senate parliament is they only have one seat left, and everything else is dominated by the right and the center right.
Drop my joint into the fucking ice. It is fine, but a moment.
Yeah, Ecuador is another country that backed Trump with their kidnapping of Venezuela. You know, Ecuador is kind of the new Colombia.
Tends to be good Colombia.
Yeah, and they even have the US dollar there now in Ecuador as their currency as well. The same thing with the new Honduran right-wing government that Trump literally interfered. He literally called for people on his platform. He called for every Honduran to vote for the right-wing candidate, or else they would lose funding and all these other threats. And he called the opposition communists and all this to Red Scare type stuff. The election looks rigged. It was so close. Like, it's just so close. But yeah, that's what happened.
Some centuries only move ditches. Some centuries fill ditches, other centuries move mountains. Some centuries fill ditches, other decades fill mountains. That's what I want to say, but yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing the century happen in this decade, as Lenin would say. The zigzag of history. Uneven development.
A little bit delayed, though, from the last century, it's like they're just slightly, lopsided with it all.
Yeah, very much.
I blame Trump. If you got it done in 2016, then it'll match up. It'll match up with back then, but then it'd be if fascism could have stayed in power without going to social democracy in the 20s. which would be a weird one. Okay, so I guess we are kind of like last time. I guess we're ahead of schedule with the return, because like we have fascism in the 16, kind of like 1916, and then bit of social democracy, but rather than it being like a big chunk of period between it, it's a little chunk of period between it, which may suggest that we don't necessarily have the like 6 years that like Europe had before World War started. It depends on if you map them to Nazi Germany or you map them to like fascist Italy. If it's fascist Italy, we might have like a decade, if that's what we want to like map our like thing to. I think neither are fully sufficient if you don't sprinkle a bit of Confederacy in there. It does feel like it's a ham jam of Confederacy, Andrew Jackson, because that's his favorite president, and Nazi Germany and Italy.
Yeah, it's
The Confederacy is back taco at Taco Bell, because that would be the definitive like thing of this era is fascist Taco Bell menu thing. I'm calling it. Give it 3 years time. There'll be fascist Taco Bell menu things when Trump is in power for a third office.
yeah, and I know that like 3 days ago they shut down PBS, the broadcasting corporation dissolved itself after losing their funding.
Wait, it dissolved?
Yeah, they voted to dissolve it. Yeah.
That's fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't even know, like, I guess the kids are just finding out that, like, it just happened, for the ones who still watch KPBS. It's fucking crazy.
Well, it's the loss of the science stuff. I watch PBS, maybe PBS on YouTube might have been separated from it. Like, I'd like to look and see if they kept the YouTube shit going, because the YouTube stuff funds itself, basically. They already have all the equipment and the sets. They just might not be able to do as much extravagant stuff, and can just be the, like... I'm trying to avoid the shit, but I can't get past it. Why do geese shit so much? Fuck me.
Yeah, I just saw a news report that 1 hour ago the U.S. boarded a fifth oil tanker, another pirating from Trump as usual, off in the Caribbean, the Atlantic Ocean, called the Minerva M ship. And yeah, that's I don't know what to say to people as well. Like, this international law thing is really just, you gotta throw it away. It's not really existing as it is. It had not really been anyways. It's bourgeois. But like, yeah, the U.S. government is just hijacking oil tankers and, literally stealing everything and sending them to here and keeping the ships themselves. The United Nations is not going to do anything about Maduro either. UN veto power, the US veto power. And I get the feeling that that's just going to keep happening, where we're just going to see more of these ships get hijacked until people are no longer selling. Because even before Trump kidnapped Maduro, he had really already started a war with Venezuela by bombing boats, literally killing over 85 people, fishermen, just bombing boats with hardcore bombs. And even posting the fucking footage as well. This is barbaric shit that we're under. So that's the context of the U.S. buildup to kidnap Maduro and bomb the country as well.
Empire Strikes Back. That's what I was planning to name my stream on this topic. Because it is a fitting statement.
Yeah, I might change the title after the stream. I think I just had it on because I'm using the console, so I just put like 2026, the silent column thingy, and then I just put Reign of Capital, but I'll change it. And it's just, yeah, I mean, that's what we're under, you know.
Your wavy principles on committing to the bit later.
Well, Reign of Capital is supposed to be like, you know, it's similar to the Empire Strikes Back.
That works. I thought you called it like current event or some shit. No, Reign of Capital is cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm stuck again. There was like a dip in the graph, and it sort of sent me down.
Yeah. Yeah, supposedly this fifth oil tanker they just hijacked right now was carrying Russian oil. So that's another Russian ship, yet again, that Trump is hijacking. And well, we'll see what happens to the fifth ship.
These are probably oil tankers that were already out in the ocean, because there's no way that you got to the UK in fucking 3 days in a fucking oil tanker.
They had been traveling the Atlantic Ocean for a long time. It's just that they kept zigzagging where they were going to go because of the U.S. buildup.
No, I mean, like, to get from fucking Venezuela to Ireland, it takes more than 3 days. It's a fucking boat, not a plane. Oil tankers are not very quick.
Right.
Might have zigzagged, but like that's irrelevant. It's what I'm saying is they're attacking oil tankers that were already left, not oil tankers that left after. They're just retroactively going, boom, no oil for Russia in a joint operation.
Right.
You know, Russia, if there's one resource Russia doesn't typically need, it's oil. But like the U.S., more oil does them better. Because the U.S. is the same. The U.S. is a country that does not lack for oil. I think it's like 70% of the U.S.'s oil reserves are untapped. The U.S. has the biggest oil reserves in the entire world.
Yeah. And plus with Venezuela now, it's even more. But, because Venezuela has a lot of untapped as well.
They're giving us a yank out. I'm a bit stuck. Just like pull me out. Yeah, I'm stuck. I got caught on a slope. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. That way. Yeah, I was just feeding the pigeons and then I couldn't escape. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good day. Happy New Year. It's the only way I've been able to get around to some places today. Like, I couldn't get to the bus stop twice because the bus wouldn't even come to the stop near mine, so I had to be, like, helped twice. Fucking...
I see.
Now I can move again. Bow, 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 bow. I'm being followed by one of the fans. They are looking at me a bit like, what are you doing? Hi! Ooh, fan feathers, so pretty. Like stretching out the tail feathers and like wings. It's adorable. It's my flock.
Yeah, and and in case people are wondering as well, although I haven't looked at the chat, because like this is inevitable. We had to kind of address as well. But like, yeah, Russia and China, they're not doing anything for Venezuela. It's just kind of the status quo for them. And yeah, Russia.
I think Russia might be like either a culprit in this, or it's kind of like fucking. Because in Syria they were involved, but in this one, I don't know. I don't feel as much like Russia was involved anymore. I think this was more of a European-American deal to shaft Russia, because Russia has been the one that has been most explicitly condemning of this move, like unanimously. So I think people presuming that this is some joint Russian-American thing, because it was in Syria, America, Russia, and it was also Russia and Turkey, but America, Russia, and Turkey collaborated to sort that out. Same, and Britain was involved too. This situation, though, very much seems like it's a Britain-America operation. Like, I don't even think France and Germany are as much in the wig on this one as Britain and America are.
Norway was involved in the one, the one that happened in the coast of Iceland, but the European Union was backing this Trump move on the ships, and
well, I know that they did show some support for it. Well, Macron did. No one else did. And then Macron backtracked really quickly, and that's because Macron doesn't like Maduro and has never been one for liking Maduro, but because the rest of the European Union was actually like highly opposed to this move because it affects their safety as being like under the protection of America and NATO, and it kind of puts them in a position of weakness against Trump. So, like, that's the big shit that's going on in Europe. So Europe has had problems with it, but, like, being sheepish. But Britain has not said anything about it. Like, they've talked about Greenland and how Greenland could open it up to lawlessness, but not the Maduro thing. That's only France and Germany that's talking about that in that way. So I do think it's more of a France and Germany were not necessarily in on this. It's something that they might agree with. They might be down for. I'm not saying they wouldn't be. But I don't think they were in on this. I think this is an Anglo-American project.
I only had said that they supported the status quo. I didn't say that they were in on it. But
No, but that's the point I'm making. Like, my point is about like whose operation this is. Oh shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, it is a move.
Look at the optics to a certain degree, because optics are not irrelevant as much as Hassan would. I know you don't believe that, but as much as Hassan would like to bury them, in this situation, the optics is based around what they want to protect most, and for the British, it's the special relationship with America. For the French and the Germans, it's looking strong towards America. This is the thing. Britain's interests only somewhat align with Europe's. Whilst, France and Germany's interests, they actually are pretty shoulder to shoulder at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the operation in Venezuela is definitely more than just Venezuela. It's about hurting Cuba. It's about also the oil prices. And yeah, it is to counter Russia's influence in China too. And
I think China might be less relevant in this one, because I think Donald made a deal with China to cut Russia out on this one. Because China's still happy to supply Russia, so I think in China's mind,
China has a lot of investments, and as well, there's debit Venezuela has with them, and the oil thing where they're buying from them.
Hasn't been seizing anything Chinese. He even said the Chinese will still get their oil.
Right, but either way, Trump had literally tweeted out.
I think China has been given a bit of a deal in this regard.
Well, yeah, I was about to get into that.
And access to its markets in regards to like minerals and resources, because it did seem China was a bit willing to share its minerals and resources in that deal they made for the GPUs. China knows that fucking those minerals are not worth those GPUs.
Well, I didn't finish what I was saying, but
and those minerals, now oil in those minerals is worth those GPUs. So I think it's one of them where like China's not in it where like they wanted this necessarily to be the way things gone, but it's more like they've been given what is it where you get fired and you get like a payout, fucking It's kind of like that. Like they got their fire pay from fucking Donnie, and it's helped them out with their oil crisis because China is not quite like Russia. They're not well on the oil game still. Better than they used to be because it's not like they don't have oil. They got plenty, but like it's not very well tapped compared to like Russia and the U.S. But Russia and the U.S. are like the most developed oil industries in the imperial core. Not in the world necessarily. I think Venezuela might actually be on top of that. But the petroleum distillation industry is the biggest in the United States and then Russia.
Well, yeah, I didn't finish saying what I was saying, but like Trump did tweet out that it's also about limiting Russia and China's influence in the region, and China has been. I mean, look, China supports the status quo in the sense that they know things happened and they don't really benefit from this. But yeah, Trump did say that he's going to sell Venezuelan oil to them after it's processed in the U.S.
Oh yeah, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying about China being harmed. I'm just like adding a kind of thing in where it's like I think China is like willing to bite the bullet more than Russia is.
Well, yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to the audience because a lot of people they've been like bombarded with stuff that like, oh, BRICS is gonna come save Venezuela any day, like. And that's just not happening.
Wasn't it China that vetoed them out of joining BRICS?
It was Brazil, but
wow, out of all the countries to do it, that one is surprising.
It's not surprising to me. I know how Lula is.
No, I mean, what I mean is, out of all of them to be the one to do it, that one's surprising. A social democrat in a colonized, well, a semi-colonized country compared to like a social democrat in an empire and an open fascist in an empire. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
India.
Yeah.
Do I even need to mention India?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I mean, it's a fluid situation. I mean, China always has to put out their little statements when every time the U.S. imperialists make a move and people hyper focus on the little statements. But at the end of the day,
they tend to say a little more.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference with Russia is that like Putin himself hasn't like directly mentioned it, but his government has.
His UN ambassador has been like lambasting the shit out of the United States in the assembly.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just the usual, the UN stuff. Yeah, that's not surprising.
It's still one of them where it's like, in a world where dignity seems to be hard to come by, I can respect some dignity.
I think the UN stuff is really just theater at this point, you know. Not to be reductive, it's just one of those things.
I mean, I just agreed that it's theater, but I'm saying, like, other countries don't hold their dignity.
Well, yeah. I mean,
don't hold their dignity. People do pragmatic things. So being not pragmatic, i.e. sticking by a guy who's been assailed as a dictator, is still something that I'm like, okay, well, in a world where it's very hard to find respect for people, I have very minimal respect for those people now. Now, it's gone the moment you apply it to, like, any other part of their existence, but I'm just trying to rub it in on people who don't seem to have any sense of fucking ideological dignity. A sense of principle.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's just the way things are going in the movement history right now. This last 9 days, we're in 2026. And you know, I think that Iran is next. I think Cuba's next. We already know that Trump announced recently that like Mexico and Colombia are collaborating against the cartels we mentioned earlier, and so like we'll probably see that happen soon. Probably very soon, considering how fast everything goes. And
fucking Bello was interested in cooperating, and he still got fucked. So
yeah, Yeah, and I mean, Maduro had one phone call with
Yeah,
Trump.
Maduro was like a smuggler or some shit. Maduro always offered America like a way to work together.
Yeah, yeah, he talked to Trump on the phone, and then that kind of influenced him to have the military have a vacation after Christmas because he was convinced that Trump was kind of bluffing at that point, maybe. You know, we can't ask him right now, but
Calm down. Understandable, I guess.
yeah, and that's the
Wrong.
yeah, and that's the problem with Trump too, is that sometimes he can, he's a different guy behind the scenes.
He's being deceptive. Like, people think he just wantonly changes his mind, but he's a liar. Like,
Yeah.
we all know he's a liar. Like, I don't get how liberals need to find a different thing to, like, make up in their mind for, like, what's happening. When a known liar tells a lie and then does something different from that lie, it's not because your enemy is an idiot. It's that they are lying. But everything has to be based in eugenics. You gotta abscond your enemies with ad hominems rather than actually, like, challenging the things they believe.
Yeah, and I know there's one particular Marxist that like had said that Trump doesn't have ideology, or the right doesn't have ideology because they lie a lot. And it's like, yeah, no, that's still ideology, even if they're lying.
Everybody has an ideology because ideology is just like your belief structure. God, because there's a lot of like, I mean, you get this with like religious ideologues. They don't want to accept their ideology. Some of them, you can't even call them religion. It's faith, actually. But like, so it's got that similar thing that politics has going on, where people want to like frame these things as unideological. And it's what fascists want you to think of them as. They want you to see them as neither left nor right. Because that's what you're saying when you say they're not ideological. What is left and right about? Is it about shoes? Gloves? I mean, I guess. Or is it about what is this word? Ideology. Okay. Not to sound like Zizek or something, but I think that is something we need to focus on at current times. Ideology is very important.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big part of late capitalism as well. It's
Well, they want to dominate and control it because it's the ways people think and feel and operate. So, like,
yeah, a part of it too is that
it goes into like how you look at the world. So, influencing people on that level is where you really fuck with people's belief structures and how they look at reality.
yeah, and part of it too is that some people have a very, whether they realize it or not, they have a very kind of neo-Kantian view of what ideology is, and that's why they think that, like, oh, Trump doesn't have ideology, or the far right doesn't.
It's this moral, whimsical thing that you have that's based in bravado, rather than it being like something that actually matters, like based on your ideological structure. Fucking Hegel knew what ideology fucking was, and that guy was a major idealist. I don't know what Kant smokes, but they don't sell it anymore, obviously.
Well, the neo-Kantians as well.
America recreated what Kant smokes.
Yeah, and the neo-Kantians have their other problem where they're like quasi-positivists. Some of them become positivists, but not all of them. And they just have a thing where they determine ideology based, like, you gotta be like coherent, abstract about it. And if you fall out of that abstractness or that coherence, they think it's non-ideological, and it's just like, yeah, I'm sorry. That's like
all the parts of positivism that's bad and not the good stuff about positivism. Wonderful.
Yeah, yeah, it's, they're half materialists, as Marx would say about the Kantians. You know, they're half materialist, half transcendental. So, that's their
I mean,
limitation.
that's idealists in general, though. That's like what Gramsci pointed out with the church, Christian materialism. I mean, a lot of like alchemy and then the birth of chemistry came out of like Christian materialism. It's the same with like Islamic mysticism. It has its own materialism too, and how it bases the conception of the world as a very material and concrete thing that we have to like look after, take care, and then we can learn and study and grow off of. And we've been given this vast thing to learn and study and grow off of. And that's why, like, the scientific method, the thing that we tout ourselves off today, comes from 9th century West Asia, or the Middle East, as we like to slur it. And we use one that's more similar to the 9th century Middle East and scientific method than the Francis Bacon scientific method from the 15th century. So, because it was insufficient and worse, because he basically took us back to the Greek that the Arabs themselves were developing off of. So it was a step backwards, not a step forwards. Weirdly, there's a consistency here with the Enlightenment, isn't there? A lot of things were going forward, but not quite. a lot of one step forward, 2 steps backwards, and 3 steps to the side.
Yeah. Yeah, even Marxists have a problem understanding that too, especially like the stages people and all that. But
You're telling me that it's not a synthesis?
well, we're also.
How can you have no synthesis of your contradictions or whatever? Which is like never anything that would have ever come out of Marx's mouth ever. If I remember rightly, Engels was the one who coined the term universality of contradiction, i.e., in the sense of dialectics, not in the sense of logic, because I know in the sense of logic, contradiction means a very different thing, and people get confused. In the sense of dialectics, there's no such thing as no contradictions. Literally, the idea of synthesis is completely reactionary to the idea of dialectical materialism, because if you create a new thing, you have new contradictions. If I turn a tap on or I turn a tap off, there's a contradiction between the relationships of those two events. And this happens on at a specific time, and time is very relative. We know how gravity affects space-time because of the way mass warps the actual fabric of space-time. Einstein was the one who discovered that. And so all of these things, they're all based in contradiction. And so this Kantian outbursts that we've had over the last 20 years, especially in the last 5-6 years, it's pushing this kind of approach towards Marxism that just isn't even functional. It's not how it works. You don't go find the thesis and anti-thesis and form of synthesis. No wonder none of these people can build a fucking movement. They're too busy trying to do maths instead of fucking science.
Yeah, and you still have a lot of these kind of stages people as well who do capitalism was progressive and a necessity and only Europe could have done it and all this, and it's just oh god, the determinism.
It's bad when people do it for Eurasia, but it's mad to be only Europe could have done it. 7th richest country in the world before Britain invaded was India. China was richer than India at one point, but it was going through a bit of a crisis at the time, so I think it was poorer. Britain exploited multiple crises in China for its takeover, and obviously that German invasion that happened in the 1800s, that helped out too.
Yeah, and then you have the sewer socialists at Jacobin. By the way, that's what they're running with as their ideology.
Well, it is. Someone's called them that, and then they've gone, shows you, and then wore it with pride, like some fucking ratcheted motherfucker. They're like, no, we don't even find that to be an insult because we love building up a thing, blah 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 blah. And it's like, oh my god, that's what they said last time.
Yeah.
It wasn't them that come up with the name. It was a fucking insult. Nobody would openly call themselves that. But, well, I guess nobody would is the key word. Fortunately, people have. I don't know. I kind of hope Zoran does take it on. I think it would be funny.
Yeah, it would be. Maybe it will happen soon, you know. But I know that Jacobin, they've been pushing some bullshit out there as well. Like, they had some stupid article by Vivek Chibber where, like, capitalism didn't need colonialism, and he didn't even talk about the Netherlands. And then he said that capitalism could be traced back to, like, the 1300s of England, and this is proof that, like, capital existed before, like, Columbus.
He kind of pushed the luck a bit. Capitalists existed in the 1300s. The capitalist, but like the king owning a lot of property and a lot of money, it does not make him a capitalist. It makes him a capital accumulator. But it's the same thing. A lord and a capitalist eventually merged into one because capitalism rose into like a way in which those two classes found themselves merging, the mercantilist and the landlord. But that's like later shit. That's when you can really be going on about capitalism, is when mercantilists are not middle class, second rate motherfuckers. Like, terrible time to really be deciding that that's when capitalism formed. Most people would agree that capitalism as like an actual functional system was Florence in the 1400s. It's still pretty early, 1425. But like, that's a city. That's not all of Italy. It's a city-state, so they took over quite a bit of land. It was like, I think, Florence is North Italy, right? I think it is North Italy.
Yeah.
I might be wrong. This is where I get punked by the Italian comrades, but like, sorry people. Because you don't want to be called North Italian if you're Southern Italian. That's a major insult, and I'll feel really bad if that's the case. But Florence was the first ever capitalist state, and it's a city-state. It's not a like full-on country. So like, then Britain became like capitalist in the Tudor era, you could argue, like in the sense of like state formalization with the England Church, and then the reutilization of Catholic Church property for material production. They started some of the first ever what you could call factories, and started building cannons for their ships so that they could go and conquer the world. As fucking, what's it? Cedric Robinson says, you know, like capitalism was like built for like racism and slavery. It was this like branching off point. Ireland wasn't enough for them, so they fucking did what they did to us to everywhere else, but then amplified it over time. Oh, and they made sure to come back and starve us several times. The famine in the 1800s is only one of those kind of events. And normally it's something weather-based happens, and then they exploit that and suffocate us. They don't even listen to us or like give us any sort of reassurance, and the summers could go down. Or, in the case of the 1800s, they offered a bowl of soup a day if you would stop speaking the Irish language and move to speaking the English language. And so you get yourself culturally annihilated so that you can have food and survive. Because the only thing that they were allowed to keep out of the crop was potatoes, and this fungus would attack potatoes that are related to each other. And so you're laying all these potatoes that are related to each other, so if the fungus can infect one of them, it can affect all of them. And so it wiped out all food stock, essentially. There was some that survived sometimes. But it's these things. I mean, look at like Gaza, just Palestine in general. It's been like someone made like a fucking flick book of like the 800 fucking years of like colonialism in Ireland and did it in like fucking 90. Almost more like 110. Depends on how you want to pass it. You could even go all the way back to like 1896 and say that's when all this shit really kicked off. There was settlements in Palestine at the time. A deal made with the Ottomans. Because everyone thinks the Ottomans were so anti-Zionist. No, they just wouldn't let the Zionists make a state. They would let them live there, but they wouldn't let them make a state. I'm sure Turkey won't repeat these behaviors of the Ottoman Empire in the future.
Oh yeah, and Turkish imperialism is on the rise as well, and recently they signed a defense deal.
They get along with Israel. They do have their beef, but at the same time, it's more like the beef you get between two imperialist entities than it is like the beef you get between like two colonial entities. Like, because two entities that are colonized are normally way more willing to beef it out with each other, and those guys are not. They avoid it like crazy.
Yeah, and Turkey wants to be the leading force to help occupy Gaza for them as well.
I mean, I trust Turkey more than I trust the IDF at this point, really, you know.
Yeah, well, the problem is that they do want to help disarm, disarm the resistance, and so like it's that kind of situation. But it
does feel like things are numbered for resistance in Gaza compared to the West Bank. West Bank resistance seems to still be going very strong.
Yeah, and
and Gaza has been bombed more than any war zone has been by percentage since like ever.
Yeah, there has been a little bit of resistance in South Syria. It's just that the Giuliani government is not encouraging it. So the people who act out.
I mean, Golan Heights is a pretty important part. It's the Levantic part of Syria. It used to be a part of like the Levant, and so like it's a pretty. That's one of the reasons why it's wanted, you know. But it's also about like it being a bleeding introduction to taking just the rest of Syria as well. There's not enough for the chosen, you know. I mean, people read the Old Testament. I mean, I know a lot of the like founding Zionists, because I don't want to bring that up. The founding Zionists were atheists, no shit. But like, the right wing in Zionism. See, that's the thing. The so-called left of Zionism, the moderate fascists, the labor Zionists, they always still openly exploited the religious extremists to get their way. Very similar to like Ronald Reagan's approach towards Christian fascism in the 80s, but much, much more Nazi-like. And so despite them not necessarily giving a flying fuck about religious stuff, they used it to their advantage to then empower religious extremists, thinking that they could just use them for their own whim, and they'd be into doing the genocidal stuff too, so that would be helpful. Forgetting that these people are not morons and will take over if they want to. The far right in Israel are religious, do read their Bibles, you study it at school, read it's the Torah with them. I shouldn't say Bible, piss some people off. The Bible's the worst version of the Torah, and it doesn't have the Talmud, so it's just inferior in general. Like, how can you not have the commentary? Like, that's the best part. Like, Hadi Jewish commentary is what it's all about. Read the Torah, or read the Old Testament, and go and look at like what a lot of the shit that fucking what am I trying to say? That goes on in that fucking book, and you'll see a lot of like parallels to what they're doing in Palestine and how they're trying to expand. I would maybe go look at like what's it? I would go look at their war with the Amalek and their war with fucking shit. I am a bit stoned. I'll mention this on another stream, I guess, but like people really should go read the Old Testament, and you might get a vibe for like what justifies to a religious or right-wing Zionist what they are allowed or not allowed to do. And in the Bible, it says they can own slaves. That's why they own slaves. They do. They use the Palestinians as slaves because it says in the Bible. What's it? It's in Deuteronomy. For the nations, for the men and the women of the nations around you, for which you can own as slaves, or in the Hebrew it says property for life. After that, you know, like if you end up having like a Hebrew as an indentured servant, you should treat them kindly. But as for your slave, they should be treated as a slave. And what that is saying is you should beat the shit out of your fucking slave. Like, it's a really, really weird way of saying it. What's it? It goes on about how, like, if you go to raid a place, like a city or a state, and they refuse to let you in, you should slaughter everyone who's a male, and then take the women and the girls, especially going for young girls. There's a lot of stuff where it says you should kill even the women, and you should only take the virgin girls, like fucking pedo rape shit, and fucking and trafficking. And so like, and if they let you in, you are to make the men be your like labor slaves and make the women be your concubines. This explains a lot about like the way the Mossad is involved in sex trafficking to make sure it can provide sex servants for IDF people on holiday. It's such super important shit to talk about. I mean, the CIA is involved in this kind of bullshit too, but it's way worse with Israel. Because it's a requirement. It's a part of the perception. A lot of these people who are on this fanatic Zionist track, fucking, where they fucking they need their like fucking mosaic fucking spoils. What is supposed to be theirs as children of Israel. That's like the ideology and the way it pervades itself. But people don't want to think about this deep enough because they don't want to deal with it being Nazism, because then when Zohar Mandani cooperates with Zionists, it becomes a really different thing. It's not even just cooperating with Zionists. Well, it is, but it's in cooperating with Nazis. You put it in that framework, people will go, ooh.
Yeah, and exactly. And unfortunately, we also have the situation too where people will be like, "Oh, genocide already ended," and all this, and it's like the same thing they do about COVID. Oh, COVID ended already. That was a long time ago. And it's just like, oh, God.
Yes. Wild. So the pigeons cooing on top of the town hall. They hang out. Some of them might have some fucking babies either on the way or being raised. Because they make babies all year round, they do. They don't. It's every 2 months, basically, unless they ain't feeling for it. And every now and then they'll just fucking do some open relationship and just swing with another pigeon for a little bit, and then they'll go back to their pair, their other, and then they'll raise the baby together, and vice versa. Pigeons, we could learn a lot. Because, like most birds, they get considered monogamous, but, like, with an asterisk. I don't know how monogamous it is to be in that kind of open relationship where sometimes it just happens. And we don't even know if anything's said first. It might be a bit, on the sleazy side. But it obviously isn't, because they're not stupid birds, so they obviously know what's happening. And they seem chill with it. They will peck at each other sometimes, and it's adorable. I try not to let them all start fighting on top of me, because it's not conductive of good behavior. But their pecks are basically harmless, so it's just gonna make a mild discomfort for the other pigeon. It's not really gonna actually cause them any damage. It won't even cut them.
Yeah, the Supreme Court today said they're not going to announce their ruling on Trump's tariffs. They just seem to be kind of kicking the can down the road. And
it's interesting, that one. Wasn't the tariff lawsuit thing a year ago?
There's been more than one lawsuit itself, and but they gave Trump the right recently to fire all those other independent watchdogs and all this other stuff. So yeah.
And here's Trump saying that he's totally down with democracy, folks. Quickly decimates any ability for him to be monitored and assessed as an individual.
Yeah.
It's like I saw this. Did anyone else see this coming? Sorry.
Well, I mean, that's what's happening, and I mean, it's just not surprising that Supreme Court's gonna kick the road on the tariffs thing. They don't want to touch it. They probably want Trump to figure it out politically through the.
The government's changing in a lot of ways. Let's get on Trump's good side before he swaps us out for a loyalist.
Yeah, and I mean, and then we're gonna have the congressional fight over the budget again coming up this month. So there's that too, and although, Schumer caved last time, so, the chances are not that good. They're not even opposing the Venezuela stuff. So.
Yeah, I don't have much hope for anything Schumer's going to bring to the table. No, the Japanese, those guys have shown themselves to be useless. Even when they, were making a stand and debating with Trump literally embarrassed them. And also, now I'm thinking his interest in football might be, a little more physical. I thought, maybe this is his tennis game being shown, because that hat throw was sick. I'm not gonna lie, we shouldn't give props to the bastard, but he did a flip. And I was like, this guy's talentless, he can't do anything, and then the guy fucking trick-shotted fucking Jeffries,
Yeah.
He keeps punking everybody, and it's too funny still. He's not as funny as he used to be with his words, but the fact he keeps punking people, I'm like, this shouldn't be funny. He's gonna kill so many people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, part of it too is that we're entering this post-neoliberal era, this kind of techno-barbarism as well, and the neoliberal Democrats and their ideology, it's just in a kind of zombie state of things, and this isn't the first Trump term. That's what people need to realize. It's far different now, far worse.
shit. Fucking, so my town flag flies in the center of the town center. And, you know, it's kind of like one of those, like, basic ass flags, you know, like someone was a little drunk while drawing this Swedish flag or some shit. And it was an old guy walking up towards the church, and he looked up to me and went, "Fucking foreigner flag." And I'm like, it's the flag of the town. You couldn't get more local than any flag than the flag flying up there. But nah, man, them got on that, like, nasty grime with that sort of thing. But yeah.
Yeah, right now I'm just looking at this Twitter shit, and our government tweeted out the faces of the two people they shot in Portland. They happen to be Venezuelan, but, like, you know, I don't know, they're just in the hospital, they're under arrest.
Coincidence, but, like, fucking it's not a nice coincidence. It's one of those, like, coincidences that, like, make you feel like fucking God has, like, a discrimination against people of, like, Latin American descent. Like, fucking... I mean, if he is real and the colonialists were listening to him, it would all add up. It's like, guys are so racist, piece of shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I had a feeling that, like...
We developed... So he doesn't like us because we evolved from stuff that wasn't like him, and now we're more like him. That's like my, like, funny version of it if it does turn out to be real. Like, I'm prepared just in case, you know? The rapture was, like, right before my birthday, you know? Like, I was hoping to be a nice present, you know? All the creationists and fundamentalists just get, like, zapped off the planet. Oh my God, that'd be such a relief. That'd be the one time God did something that actually helped out the Jewish people. Deep. Especially if you go read the Torah, everybody. You'll understand what the joke is, really, you know? Because a lot of the stuff he does just kind of, like, empowers the bad people among them, and they do the bad things. Just look at, like, David. David's, like, the guy who the Messiah is supposed to be based off of. Bad dude. He was great when he was a kid, and he killed that giant, though, but then maybe not. It depends on, like, the story and who it's actually about. We're not too sure. Scholars are a bit split. But at least people's interpretation of it is about, like, fighting oppression. That part is not in the slave Bible, by the way. Imperialism is on the march. The Don Roe Doctrine, Chile, Colombia, Brazil,
Bolivia, Ecuador,
Nicaragua. These places are fucked right now, and we gotta make them unfucked. That's gonna mean some real fucking protest shit, you know? Not the fucking pussy ass bollocks that we get a lot of time when people are just out for a fucking day. Let's get some hardcore shit on the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Stopping on a slope, I think, is one of the funniest things I can do.
Exactly, and it's just, we know the U.S. imperialists are going to make more moves, and we can't use Venezuela as an excuse to, like, just go back to our days and pretend it's over, you know. And we can't also do the thing where we just say that, like, BRICS will save the day and we don't have to do anything for the people out there that get bombarded with that kind of stuff. You know,
one of them where, like, 2026 is about ruining people's hopes, and I think we're going to see a lot of BRICS fans get really, really disappointed. Like,
Yeah.
openly as well, like, not just covering it and cowering. I think they're actually going to have to accept some facts.
Yeah, well, yeah. They're gonna have to at some point. And the other thing too is just like a lot of them are not paying attention to the imperialism that's developing from Turkey, the Saudis, everything that's going on in Africa, the Turkey, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia triple alliance they're building at the moment to Arab, they're calling it the Arab or the Muslim NATO, you know, and these are actual developments in imperialism. India is another imperialist country as well on the rise.
Saudi Arabia's solution to Turkey's imperialism, because they used to oppose it. So I guess they're like, if you can't outcompete them, join them. Fair enough.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling them to pay attention to them because, like, those countries aren't in BRICS and all that, and because India won't allow
Yeah,
them.
but, like, alliance is a strong term.
Well, they signed a defense like alliance.
Okay, when it is accurate, then like my point was okay. It's me. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, that's what they signed Pakistan, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. Now they're just waiting for Turkey to sign it with the Saudis, and there'll be a three-way thing. And
It's more like UAE in this, isn't it?
the UAE is not part of it because of the conflicts they have with Saudis at the moment.
Yeah, Somaliland.
Somaliland, Sudan, there's disagreements on Libya because Turkey's on the other side of it. And, you know, and Qatar is like always a mediator in a lot of this stuff. But they are in a situation where they're kind of like, oh crap, we might have to pick a side in the future. We'll see, you know.
They'll pick Saudi Arabia because, like, the UAE is like completely unstable, and without like imperialist aid, it can't last. And I think Qatar, being a country that does get the dirtier end of the stick, understands its place and knows that it's going to benefit more from a country like Saudi Arabia that has a very stable home economy compared to like somewhere like the UAE that doesn't even have a fucking home economy. Well, I guess it does, but you know what I mean, a home industry. I guess you can call it influencers and stuff industry, and the food that they provide for like rich people. Like, I get there's something there, but I mean, like, they don't manufacture shit. Like, they put some gold on like a Rolex made in fucking China, and then they'll pop that out as some Dubai edition of some shit, but it wasn't made in fucking Dubai.
Yeah. The U.S. did sign an agreement with the Saudis as well, and Qatar as well, although in the end I suspect that the U.S. influences Qatar to not go against the Saudis all the time. So, you know, yeah, they know their place. I agree. Yeah, it's these developments are just happening that fast, like the Saudi Arabia Turkey thing in Pakistan. It just happened fast.
Yeah, because 2 years ago, like, Saudi Arabia was the biggest opponent to Turkish expansion in Africa. Now, I guess, the UAE, maybe?
Yeah.
European Union's not necessarily, because the European Union used to be opposed to Turkey's expansion in Africa, but, like, where did the European Union end up standing on this? Because if they're going to pal around with Britain sits on the side of Saudi Arabia, so, like, it's such a mess.
Well,
I know European Union would, like, give some credence to siding with Turkey, but I thought maybe the Syria bombing was to weaken a Turkish ally. I don't think that anymore. Do you know what I think it is? The fucking Kurds. They don't want the Kurds to get the weapons. Because there's a Kurdish, essentially, like, fucking revolt going on right now that people don't want to clue into because they want to think of this, like, Golani guy as some like stable and solid leader.
Yeah, I mean, look, the European Union has made up with Turkey at the moment. Even if Greece kind of hates doing that, they need Turkey for the secure.
Well, it's more that like Greece is the bitch of the UK and the EU at the same time. So like, it's not about. I got hit by the IDF. I got disconnected.
Yeah, I figured. I was waiting for you. Don't worry.
The Internet Defense Force.
Yeah, well, what I know is that when like a few days ago, Trump and the EU through NATO, they signed this agreement that they're still kind of not releasing completely. But like they signed that whole thing where if there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, there'll be security guarantees, and they needed Turkey because Turkey will be part of the Black Sea security guarantee of that. And yeah, a lot of European countries are now buying weapons from Turkey and stuff like that, Things are changing. They're changing.
You alright?
Me? I'm alright.
Yeah, so you just stopped all of a sudden.
I guess,
But yeah, because if the European Union wants to go its own way, the famous song, they are gonna need Turkey.
Yeah.
Because then they could be the Central Powers.
Yeah, and I know that Turkey was offering like even like putting Turkish troops in NATO bases, but I don't know if that's gonna happen yet or not.
I mean, if they get some joint deals on the go, they could end up having some Turkish troops be deployed into the Black Sea. I could see that happening.
Yeah, in the Baltic Sea too, probably, I suspect. But
well, what's it? There's the whole like Christian fascist movement going on in the Balkans too. So like, I think people need to consider the Baltics as well. Like, not necessarily for these military operations, but for fascist paramilitary ops and where they might lead to. Because our like fascists in the UK have been funding and aiding the fascists in the Balkans. The Knights Templar International is one such group. I should have checked if people were sitting down before I said the name. I always forget. You might think I do it on purpose for the bit, but I actually don't. Normally I like to say it first for the bit, because it's funny to introduce it that way. If I fuck it up, it's still funny. It still works. The bit is protected, I guess. Oh, the pigeons have walked shit on my fucking sleeping bag thing. Jeez.
yeah, and as the days pass by, we'll learn more details of the exact wording of all these new defense plans and all that, and the ceasefires that may or may not happen. It's a fluid situation, but like they have signed some stuff apparently.
Who has?
Within NATO, the EU, and the US about Ukraine and Turkey.
Oh, I hope you know that, yeah.
Yeah, I know that with the Somaliland situation, you have the EU, you have the UAE, you have Ethiopia, you have Morocco, already kind of secretly aligned with Somaliland, not so secretly. They just want to pressure more.
A feminist in Morocco is in prison for 2.5 years for protesting the Sharia, and what's that? One of the main reasons she ended up going down was she had a shirt on that said Allah is queer. Oh no, Allah is a lesbian. That was it. Allah is a lesbian.
Yeah.
And there's like a lot of like fucking Westerners that are turning around and being like, oh, she shouldn't have done that. That's culturally insensitive and stuff. She's Moroccan. Is she not allowed to? They're like, oh, you shouldn't do that if it's going to get you thrown in jail. There's people saying stuff like that. And it's like, how the fuck are you going to ever struggle for something if you don't actually like make yourself summit as a threat to power? You get a 2.5 year sentence. She's in need of a surgery to make sure she doesn't lose her arm. And she needs to go abroad to get that surgery. There isn't surgeons in Morocco that can do that surgery. And, like, they're denying her the ability to go get that surgery.
Yeah.
They're too busy lecturing. And it's like, at the end of the day, she's a fucking hero and a radical. Like, if you think it's insensitive, it's because you live in a country where, like, Islam isn't respected at all, but like in a country where fucking it's the theocratic dominion, it's the theocracy, that's when you have to struggle against it in the same way that being in a Christian theocracy, that's a part of the issue here. I mean, they literally arrested people for doing Republican like anti-monarchy protests during the coronation of Prince Charles.
Right.
There's people waiting to be convicted for that. That's not just like, oh, they were arrested and slap on the wrist. There's people who are going to get convicted for that. They're just being dragged through the court system really slow because they've been dragging people through the court system, or even just in the case of the Palestinian action prisoners that were in prison since, like, a lot of them have been in prison since, like, mid last year. They were used as a tool to develop the case to then create the fucking fear-driven bullshit to then go and say Palestine Action or a terrorist organization. I can see now, looking back at it in hindsight, where they would fucking, because they did like a quick release with the prisons to just get people out on like fucking good behavior or not, get fuck out kind of thing, with a lot of like criminals. They said a lot of low-level crime, get out. And isn't that the kindness of their hearts? Or making room, because they knew they were going to do some in regards to this Palestine Action thing. And oh god, did they do shit. Fucking, what's it? The what's it? And this isn't just me saying this. Fucking one of the lovely ladies in prison in Petersburg, absolute radical ass. Fucking, she's on 64 or 65, I think, of the hunger strike. I might be understating that though. We're basically at 70. People have been going longer than like Bobby Sands went on for when he did his hunger strike during the Long War of Liberation. And what's it? She said it herself, like the whole precedent behind a lot of this stuff and the prescription and all that of Palestine Action. This the prisoners were the implementive like example that they lied about endlessly and didn't give a chance to ever have a voice in the matter. There wasn't like a hearing where those people were involved and then they got to like state their case. No, those people being arrested and not being allowed their like rights and not being allowed to leave prison were used as the justification example for a political argument amongst politicians to then push for a prescription of Palestine Action.
Right.
People gotta think like what's going on with this sort of shit, like. And they gonna throw a lot of us in jail.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they've already arrested 5 communists in SoCal and Louisiana as well, before the New Year's.
Oh no, that's distraction from the Epstein files, didn't you hear?
And I literally saw somebody say that too. That's the sad fucking part. It's just,
And I'm pretty sure I remember you telling me, and that's why.
yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, I haven't even seen really any videos on people talking about it. I think the group was supposedly called Turtle Island Liberation Front, and they arrested like 4 of them in SoCal, and then 1 in Louisiana, which would be the 5th. And and you had some people do that kind of paranoid stuff of like just, oh, this is all just like a false flag or the other crap. And they're not talking about 5 communists currently in federal prison facing trial. And
crazy. Well, not necessarily unexpected though, but like
right.
Everyone seems to like act like it's something fancy that's been pulled out to be like, nah, that's a false flag, and it's like, do you even know what a false flag even is? It's not every time you're deceived by something. Jesus Christ. A false flag is a justification for something. But what the fuck does arresting someone already without any like prior justification going on, it's just the same thing. How would that not be the people being targeted? Like, why would they, like, how would making a false target of one communist mean then a way of targeting liberals? Because that's the logic they're using. They're trying to say, oh, it's a false flag, it's a distraction, it's a this and that, and it's like, no, it's the people he said he was going to target.
Right.
Who would have thought? Like, when a guy says he's going to go and like throw people in jail, target the enemies at home, like fucking McCarthy himself was fucking resurrected from fucking hell itself, then I'm pretty sure that's what he's gonna do, you know?
Right. Exactly.
Whoa, no, you're being... Are you using logic? That's so, like, 20th century. Come on now. What have I told you? You gotta be a little more postmodern now.
Post-truth, yeah.
Yeah. What do they say? Get with the times?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's best not to.
Well,
Sometimes.
Well, apparently, get the times means like going backwards now. So, you know.
I mean, if you go backwards, facing backwards, that is almost forwards. I mean, that is kind of how you go backwards. You can never truly go backwards. You just go forwards in a weird way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
What's it? I have a feeling I got that from Gramsci, but I cannot remember anywhere where I read that from Gramsci.
Yeah,
it's either him or Lenin. I don't think I come up with that one myself. Because it's something I've said for a long time, like, because, you know, it's something about, like, dialectics in the historic, in the historical sense, where, like, there's this thing where no matter what, anytime something tries to go backwards, it's always incorporating part of the forwards. Well, I guess, like, feudal socialism can sometimes maybe put some holes in that, in its own ways. Even Marx said that, like, it's basically just like a dead dodo, or a failed attempt to try and con the working class into feudalism. Petty bourgeois socialism, however, loves doing this mixed bullshit. It's a bit of the past, a bit of the future. Capitalism did this. It's why feudalism is, like, it's not around anymore, but there's echoes of it. Like, I don't agree that capitalism is just a different version of feudalism. I think that's a little too reductive. But it certainly like kept the parts it liked. I mean, the early like bourgeois liberals were like against rent. You know, they thought rent was theft. No, not rent. Sorry, tax. Rent. They're against
Right.
tax. Yeah. The whole idea was that they abolished tax, and they pretended in the UK. It wasn't the UK then, but like in England, they pretended that the that they were down with the diggers, who were like this like band of like feudal folk and they they were all for like, let's just like abolish property maybe. So like that was their game. But like, you know, Cromwell lied. He wasn't about that shit. That was not his game. Bada bing, bada boom. They get slaughtered in the end. I mean, I feel like that part was expected, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, Twitter, Elon Musk and Twitter, they announced that they've like made some kind of they made some emoji that's like the new, they're doing the fucking monarchy flag for Iran, but like they created the emoji, so like they're launching it on
AI, so it looks fucking awful.
yeah.
I mean, it's not hard to make a flag with AI. You just gotta ask it many times to try and make it look realistic, make it look alright. It's got some blemishes, fix it here. But these narcissists, they think their prompts are so good that they don't need to, like, redo it. You can tell sometimes that they are definitely, like, first-time prompts. I bet there's sometimes that it's so bad they notice and they do redo it. But, like, only out of shame. Not out of using the thing like you're supposed to. It's an interesting approach towards technology, I will say.
Yeah, it is. It's
I keep hearing sirens. I'm like, no. I have no weapons. I mean, what's it like? Fucking, if it comes to pigs, I have to put my sovereign citizen cap on, communist style. You've heard of sovereign citizens coming to a cinema near you, communist citizens.
yeah.
Really, the term sovereign is colonial.
Yeah.
From the British Empire.
Yeah, earlier China announced that they're telling citizens to leave Afghanistan because
To what?
leave
Cut
Afghanistan.
To leave Afghanistan.
Yeah, because they killed Chinese miners at one of these mineral places.
One of these days, China will eventually actually retaliate to things.
It seems like what they're just gonna do is just not encourage people to travel there, and they'll be working with Pakistan.
No, I know about now. I'm saying one of these days they will retaliate to these things.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, I know that they're pussying about at the moment because the U.S. is fucking throwing missiles around. But once the U.S. is, like, weaker, which is probably not going to be that long, like, and by weaker, there's the people who might be liberals. If you've lasted this long, I maybe applaud you. That doesn't mean defeated. Just so at a point where the imperialists can compete again. because the U.S. having this leverage against the other empires is not going to last. The EU and Britain have already been talking about amplifying their military production so they have enough strength to not be self-dependent on the United States. Because they feel embarrassed at the moment because the U.S. is basically their military, like a supplier and provider and caretaker and everything else you could ever like add a suffix on that would imply like essentially proprietor ownership of their entire military existence. Well, not their entire one. France has a pretty big military. The UK probably spends the most per capita on like fucking military, so there's that.
Poland is gonna catch up on them. They're moving real fast military-wise. Even the Germans admitted that too.
I mean, doesn't end up being a problem if you get the Polish on your side.
Yeah.
The Polish don't like Russia.
Yeah, well, it's still going to take a lot of years before Europe is independent military-wise in terms of supplies and all that.
I think they want to get it done in half a decade.
Yeah.
The schedule is a decade. That's how long people have scheduled it. But, I mean, it's like when I criticize people on the factory thing, when people are like, oh, it's like feasibly impossible to build a factory so high-tech so quickly. And it's like, no. Have they seen some of the stuff humans have built in very quick time because we decided to just go at it really quick? Like, you just gotta get the fucking ADHD people out, and they can build those delicate machines very fast. They just gotta get a rhythm. You get a rhythm, and they just go. I've seen it happen. I don't know what RFK hates these people for. I see them when they get a rhythm on, they work. They work very great. They are very good at their patterns. Very good people. But Trump's ableism aside, we've built fucking all sorts of shit in rapid events of times of fucking pressure. It's just the U.S. in its state without having other industrial things amplified, developed, and like brought back into play, then yeah, it would take a fucking decade. Same with the military industry. If the UK's like amplification of military spending goes into building new plants, factories, and stuff like that, expanding BAE systems and shit, then like yeah, they could get going. Fucking, maybe like that's like one of the things that's going on through their minds. France and Germany's got an easier ability to get this done. Especially France, because a lot of their, like, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure a lot of their shit's still, like, owned by the French government.
Yeah, something like that, I believe, is the case. Yeah, and eventually the UK, well, I don't know about the UK, but eventually Europe is just going to have to stop buying Palantir products as well. But I don't know. It's
Yeah, I mean, as long as Trump keeps going the way he's going, though, Farage is probably inevitable. I mean, he's inevitable even without Trump, but I think Trump makes him massively more inevitable. Because America influences our culture, unfortunately. We used to have a bit of a social distancing thing going on with that. But then Thatcher kind of broke the seal. Her affection for Reagan went bad places in regards to stuff like that. And then we used to have, we still do have our own cultural industry, but it's shrinking. And the BBC is losing access to loads of the shit it used to air. It's airing like even less sports stuff this year now than it ever has done. Because no one wants to really like invest in the TV license when most of it's just American slop. Like if it was like back in the day where like most of the shit was all this good British TV shows that you could watch, and then there was like maybe like Channel 5 was hidden somewhere, like weirdly enough not at number 5, that was like somewhere just before the like porn channels would appear. So like anyone who's ever been through like a TV guide, you know, it's like somewhere at the bottom. It's like just before like radio and stuff. And fucking that like 5 USA it'd be called. That would have American shows on it. And then like E4 might show some American shows too. And then that was like it. Most other shit was just like the stuff we cooked at home. ITV is an old classic like broadcaster, and they just fucking like Family Guy is on ITV too. That tells you anything about who ITV are.
Right.
Channel 4 does The Simpsons. The BBC still has a lot of its pedigree shows, but like a lot of them are also just kind of dead. And like, I mean, y'all at least know about how bad Doctor Who's been lately, like, because that travels over the pond.
Oh, I think I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the first ever Black Doctor didn't want to do it anymore because of the fucking environment. It was just like, nope, don't want to deal with it. So we got basically like one season with the first ever Black Doctor, I think. Maybe a second one. I haven't seen it. I've just been like keeping my ear to the wall with like all the discussion on the matter and like people talking about his leaked thoughts and things like that. So like, it's a shame. He seems fun and like hella cute. Now, I wish we got to keep the lass as well. I forgot the actor's name, but the first ever fucking female Doctor was fucking cool too. And they ruined her character. They didn't tap into the actor's like brash and funny like character that she normally tends to play, and instead made her like clumsy, awkward, and timid in a way that doesn't really fit well with the character. Like, because you can do those sorts of things. Tom Baker did those sorts of things, but they were like really calculated, and they weren't like necessarily him actually being a clumsy person. And that's like kind of cool, because the whole point of the Doctor is he's a fucking like whiz. Guy's been around long enough, he knows too much. Sometimes that happens. That's why he's a know-it-all. Sometimes his weakness, it's kind of fun when they do stuff like that. It's like, you know, sometimes he's too much of a know-it-all for his own good. But they could have done that with her in her own special way, feminine it up hard, but instead it was like, oh, we've got a female Doctor, so we're going to make her like stereotypically female. And when I say stereotypically female, I don't mean like girly, I mean fragile and incompetent and incapable. Like men's perception, like I'm talking about the male gaze in this sense, is fucked. And the guy who was doing the writer, Chris Chibnall, he was a guy who he was first seen on TV as like a uni student who was like a part of like a fan club for Doctor Who, and called Tom Baker's Doctor Who boring and called it just running around. And I'm like, nah, like there's so much plot in like so many of the episodes. It's crazy. But yeah, I am a distractor. Though I think like Sudan and Somalia are things people just majorly drop the ball on hard. And Nigeria. Nigeria's in a lot of trouble at the moment.
Yeah, and Trump bombed them, and he even hit a place where there's just civilians and absolutely no ISIS whatsoever in the area. But the prime minister allowed it. It's, yeah. Yeah, there's a report that the U.S. State Department team is in Caracas going to the. I guess they're going to the U.S. Embassy that's closed down for now.
There's never something to be amazed by. How did Morocco get onto the Human Rights Council?
That's right, I didn't know y'all were in a call.
Oh, we're live.
We are streaming. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, we're just talking about all these crazy ass events. Yeah, that's a lot of background noise.
And then it's really hell bent on figuring out what kind of building it is. I don't know if you heard it. What kind of flat are you living in now? That might not register as someone talking about a home to y'all. You might be like, what? You know about shoes? No. You know about a house? So there's the one annoying thing I've learned about when it fucking snows is the fucking geese shit, because it like piles up on top of the snow. The pigeons get it easily on their feet. Because that's how it must have gotten on my fucking sleeping bag thing. At least I would have thought.
Right.
Are you the one streaming?
Yeah, we're streaming.
Okay.
Yeah, streaming.
Yeah, it's from the console though, but yeah. Yeah, we were just covering all these events the last 3 hours, and
It's been 3 hours, fucking hell.
3 hours? Damn, I kind of just woke up like an hour ago. What's
yeah.
going on?
Well, I mean,
Too much.
a lot, and I mean,
famine, death, disease, slavery, genocide, radioactive seas. That might nail it down a bit. It probably covers all.
U.S. imperialism, Trump, ideology, you know, the communists who were arrested before the New Year's, you know.
It's just ideology.
Getting the land with regard to the cartels. Oh, they're gonna attack Mexico now, or what?
Well, the president kind of said that she's cooperating with Trump. Same with Colombia. So.
I mean, well, I mean, in their mind, it's like if he's only going to go after the cartels, let's cooperate. But I could see that very easily backfiring on them. Like it's like opportunism. I wonder what the definition is for that word.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colombia's doing the same thing.
He's got no solution for the economy in the U.S. right now, so he's going on the full expansionist bullshit. We're like, he's just going to crack down on foreign resources.
This was always the plan. Like the tariffs and everything else, this was all coordinated. Like, I mean, he targeted this for the new year. Like, this is... I mean... I know the guy had OCD, but, like, this is some oddly fucking shit. Like, man's, like, lined up his, like, imperial takeovers like a fucking... like an entree of food. Like, an all-you-can-eat buffet probably would be a more apt description.
Yeah.
And it's very methodological for all the people who keep calling Trump a fucking moron. I don't know. Seems pretty. Well, it seems like he's doing something that would actually give the U.S., at least for a short-term period, a boost over the other empires. Whilst Biden's thing would have been more of an axe-grinding effort, which would have been better for the U.S. home industry, but would have strengthened the dollar in a way that would have made it very hard to compete with the Chinese yuan.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the reason the dollar beat the pound was because it was cheaper. It's always been cheaper. There's never been a time the dollar has been worth like more than the pound. It's just got the gap has closed, and so the dollar's always benefited off of being cheaper than everyone else's currency. In the sense of the imperial core, it benefits to have the poor countries have like no like shit economy, so you can go and exploit it with like your like workforce and your middle class and shit like that. They can go get a good holiday for cheap, or even go move there and become like a petty bourgeois overnight. But in the case of the empires, it does good to have like. It is good to have a weaker currency, because then you become like, everyone buys your bonds, and it makes a strong currency that because it's a weak currency.
Yeah, that's what Trump said too, and people said that he was stupid to say that, but now we're here.
They called him an idiot and stuff, and I'm like, this is economics. I don't know what people are like.
I know.
People smoke these days. This is economics. Like, welcome to capitalism. It doesn't make fucking sense. Because, yeah, in the mind of someone who's, like, thinking on a value proposition and only a value proposition, because that's what you think about when you're thinking about monetary capital, yeah, it makes no sense to you to weaken the dollar. Strong dollar, good dollar, like, buy loads of stuff per dollar. Like, that's the mindset you're going to end up having. But in the sense of, like, international capital, people don't want to buy bonds of a strong dollar. They want to buy bonds of a weak dollar. Just a weak dollar needs good circulation. That was the only reason there was a problem with U.S. bonds for a bit. It's a circulation issue. Because, yeah, Trump was cutting off certain circulation of the U.S. dollar. And then China come begging for it back. Because as much as China tried to stay strong, when 30% of your economy, or at least your export economy, is fucking like throwing a tantrum for a fucking year straight, eventually you have to give up. You need that 30% of your economy. I mean, they could have given up, they could have took a stand, but it's just more profitable not to do that. 30% of your economy reappears. It's magic that, eh? So, like, it's one of them where China doesn't want to talk about.
Yeah. I saw some interesting headlines the other day as well when I was at work. That Trump said, I guess he said, or I don't know if he put out a fucking executive order or whatever, but I think he said defense contractors can no longer buy stock buybacks or whatever.
Yeah.
But then he offset that. I'm like, that alone would be cool. That's a good thing.
Oh yeah, no, he's trying to crack down on them so he can get them to be more efficient in their production. That's what he wants out of them. He's saying,
yeah,
I don't need all this money if you're not going to produce the Imperial Army I won. So
yeah, I thought it was funny because there's an inherent admission in that statement that he made that buying stock buybacks does nothing good for the actual economy. It does nothing good for development of the stuff that people need.
I don't think he's ever really been pro stock buybacks, to be fair.
They exploded in his first term after his tax cut bill. That was probably the biggest that stock buybacks have ever exploded.
They explode after every tax cut, but they did after the tax cuts this time too. There was a massive insider trading and stock buybacks. But I don't know if he's actually necessarily for or against it. I don't think he gives a shit. I think he's one of them kind of capitalists. Just watch the motion of the ocean. So
I mean, the expectation of like his
He did
first.
not do this with Apple. Apple does stock buybacks and shit like that.
Yeah, they have U.S.
The
Treasury
expectation of
bonds.
his
That's the
first
point I was
term.
making with this is that he could have done this with the phone companies and all that. If you really wanted them to open up factories in the U.S., that would have been a very quick way. Get that whole like it would take 10 years would very quickly turn into 3 years if you told them that they would lose all their profits if they fucking didn't do it. Because this is the thing I don't like is the whole idea that it's impossible for us to build stuff in a quicker time than predicted times, where we're like, oh, it'll only take 10 years to build something that advanced and fine-tuned. And I'm like, World War II, like, I hate to bring that war up out of all things, but like, guys.
Yeah, like, yeah, I was just saying, like, during his first term, like, the stock buybacks, everything, like, exploded. And I've always said, like, banning stock buybacks, and I've actually have seen, like, there's some Democrats that, like, put bills out and shit to, like, ban them.
Yeah,
before, like, there was a rule change in the 1980s that basically allowed them, like, they were pretty much illegal before the 1980s. And, yeah, after that, like, I think in my opinion, they fucking kill innovation. Like, they kill investment.
It was Reagan's big thing to, like, basically, like, allow people to liquidate companies on purpose. That was the whole reason you do stock buybacks, is so you can liquidate a company that you own, even partially, because you could own the stock portion of the company and how it retrieves its resources, and use that as a way to basically kill the company when you don't want to deal with it anymore.
Yeah.
You can do so much with this kind of shit, and that's when like companies then just started buying out other companies and then destroying the company brand and taking all of the wealth of the company and dissolving it into their own company. And but what I was going to say with like the industry thing, because like it's a good point I wanted to bring up though, because he's basically pushing with the military what I said could have been done with any other industry. He's saying the kind of dates, the times, the efforts, the things you're telling me is bullshit. We can do better than this with the money you have, and until you do better, I ain't giving you any extra cash. This does no good for nobody. We're stopping any of this buyback stuff, and we're cutting like this fucking extra pay that you fucking get for no good reason. Like, I ain't having any of that. And it's like you could have done that with Apple or Tesla or any of these other companies and got them to well, Tesla does build shit in the country, but like Apple and all that lot to build the shit in the country.
And the funny thing is, though,
because the thing is 10 years is only the prediction if you don't rapidly change the way you do industry. But he's not got the gall of the fascists of the 20th century in one regard, but he at least does in the sense of the military-industrial complex, and he can get away with it with them because. Well, what, are they going to do what good for the empire?
I was going to say, like, that one headline in isolation would have been kind of cool, but then I saw another headline right after it that said Trump also announced a $1.5 trillion military budget, or defense budget, for 2027. So it's like, he's just massively increasing it.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. The whole point of him doing this is so he can mass industrialize the military so that the U.S. is actually producing enough functional arms so it can go to war. Actually, the one problem the U.S. has is logistics. It doesn't have enough resources to commit to an imperialist war as much as it like does. They got enough rifles and bullets. They always got enough rifles and bullets, but the U.S. has always had too little tanks. It feels like there's a weird thing to say. You would think they'd have loads. Always been a problem. I get in World War II, they were giving Europe a lot of their tanks, so that's why the percentages would be low. But in the Cold War, it's just over time they produced less and less of their tanks. And they kept making them super, like, complex. And so, like, it felt like the U.S. spent more time trying to design their tanks to be able to beat Soviet tanks than they actually did anything else. Well, the Soviets spent, like, a year or two redesigning the tank based on the same chassis and model system that they've been using since fucking the T-44, and then they put it out in production. except the T-90. The T-90 is fraught with problems, but that's a discussion for another day. T-72, couple years, put that shit back in, get that baby into production. T-80, I think that the T-80 was a bit of a mess, but I can't remember. But yeah, the Soviets, like, the Soviets scared the shit out of the U.S. with their, like, really low-profile tanks. So the U.S. kept making really high-profile tanks with big guns, because that's the solution. But what's it? I think we're on the verge of an industrial boom in the military in Europe and the U.S., because the Europe is, like, shitting itself because they think the U.S. might actually invade Greenland at this point, or kidnap the Greenland Prime Minister, anything, but, you know...
Rubio's visiting Denmark next week, and Japan is also spending 80 billion with a B on the military now.
To who?
Japan, they're spending 80 billion with a B for their military. Yeah.
That's it. I was saying, like, we just spent $1 trillion.
For a country that didn't have a military budget 10 years ago, it's unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish we could be spending only fucking 80 billion.
I know.
You guys have got problems. 80 billion is never the thing you put the words only next to.
Yeah.
You know, the U.S. would just efficiently use that $80 billion. Like, it tell the arms manufacturers that the purse is limited, so you better make this shit fucking cheaper. Like, and then shit will fucking suddenly become cheaper, or factories will be seized by the government, and then stuff will become free for the government because they just have to provide the resources, pay the workers, and then produce the thing. And that's like... That's eventually like a self-contained system in a sense, because they love taxes. But it's that annoying thing where, like, there isn't enough of a force in America to, like, make America scared to up its fucking military budget. We only not long went over $1 trillion. Now it's going up to 1.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this time around was the very, very first time we ever hit $1 trillion, and now we're just going straight up to 1.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's Trump's thing with the military industry is, like, you guys are going to get a lot of money because you're going to build a lot of shit, but you got to build a lot of shit. The money will be in the military budget, but it doesn't mean we're going to spend it on you yet. I think it's one of them. I think there's some mafia shit going on here.
I don't think it's gonna matter. I mean, like, they fucking continue to fail the audits and shit. Like, they can't even account where all the money's going, and they're still getting more money. Now they're getting the 1.5 trillion.
Okay, that shit's always a lie, you know. Like, that's just the CIA needed more pocket money. They don't want you to know what black ops shit they've been putting their money towards. I think they know how much money goes and where it goes about to most of the time, other than, like, that time they lost $2 billion, but I think that time it was pretty obvious someone had, like, straight up just robbed $2 billion, and because people don't regularly do audits, because you don't audit when you do scummy stuff. That goes on the record. You just remember that you gave that person that money that time, you know? And then, you know, you don't keep an eye on the money. Someone ends up being like, I'm going to leave the force soon. I think I need $2 billion. There's like several $100 billion here. Who's going to miss $2 billion? And I guess they were right. Nobody noticed until Congress was like, yo, you guys are auditing. Can you guys do an audit? And then they were like, yeah, everything seems to be here, but $2 billion is missing. Now, I don't think it was all in one go, but I think it's funnier if it was all in one go. So, like, I'm a bit committed to the bit. I want to think someone just took $2 billion in one go, because, like, you guys set yourself for life. But if anything, it's probably, like, fucking a mixture of people stealing cash from the pot, the CIA, Black Ops shit, and then also, like, pizza bills, because... You know they'd be paying that out of the fucking military budget. You know every time they order a fucking pizza there, it just goes straight out of taxpayer money. Like, no one's, like, pooling together to, like, fund pizza, or the government, like, you know, pay for food on site like that. Like, no. They're gonna take the money that they really, really need for defense. They go buy a 4-cheese pizza or something like that, you know, go get a Little Caesars.
I don't remember the name of the bill, but I think it was during the Biden administration, like kind of early on. There was a counterfeit mitigation bill that I guess the defense industry has like a big problem with, where the only way they were able to get like cheaper stuff to like build their fucking weapons and shit was buying like parts that were counterfeit. But obviously that fucks up the build.
I remember hearing about that when, because even Biden cracking down on the cheap Chinese shit that the U.S. military was buying.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I guess now, like,
them buying the parts from a Chinese factory, like, you can make them yourself, you know, like, they have foundries and stuff still. What are they doing?
Yeah.
They're just gonna buy parts from abroad, like, yeah, no, this is where Trump gets a lot of popularity. Everyone's like, oh, the military wouldn't support him, and it's like, he's like saying that they're gonna actually start the industries up again, and that's what, if you ever speak to anyone who's like a soldier in the US, you want to hear the one thing they complain about? It's logistics. Even Platinum, when he says, oh, I never always saw eye to eye with them, blah, blah, blah. It's again about logistics, because that was always the thing. You end up stranded, or not have enough guns, or not have enough backup, or not be very well coordinated. All of a sudden, supplies are not coming in when they should. Supplies are wrongly labeled. In World War II, they had so many stuff that was named M3A1, and you would just get a shipping manifesto that would say words. So it'd be M3A1. M3A2, M3A4, and that could be a tank, a rifle, a submachine gun, a car with a massive artillery gun on the back, like a cannon, like not a machine gun artillery gun, like a proper like old school use of the word, like fucking
yeah.
Yeah, so like, but the US was like, no, we'll just label them all the same. That's the reason why you know that there's an M4 Sherman, because the English got really annoyed with the US sending them over a list of fucking ambiguous, like, algebra, and then, like, fucking shit you didn't even know what was coming turned up, and all your plans are fucked because you thought you were getting tanks, and instead you got buggies, and not even the ones with the artillery guns, so plan B don't work either. Because you never know. But like, and they're half-track cars, I should say. I forgot the cool part about them. They're half-track trucks. So like, maybe the half-track trucks are what you want. At least maybe from like a fun perspective. But weirdly enough, 1940, not necessarily the first thought and consideration. But the point I'm making is that like the U.S. industry has like usually been quite a strong one when it comes to like imperialist like military construction. Weirdly enough, until Reagan. Is there a pattern going on here? Did you guys?
Yeah. There's also there's a lot of waste in defense spending because suppliers, like domestic suppliers especially, who get the GSA agreement, the General Services Administration. They get like they're able to like upcharge like parts and shit, right? Especially if they're like built to a mil spec. Like then they can just sell this shit for like 4 times as high as like a commercially off the shelf COTS item.
You do know, though, that the term mil spec is a complicated one, because military spec is a misleading way that they frame it. They do it with, like, laptops that are durable and stuff like that, or, like, phones that are, like, liquid proof or whatever. There's multiple different levels of military spec, so like there's a lot more ways that they can scummy their way out of it by using the lower specs, which is like a lot of the commercial stuff you see. When you see like a commercial rugged phone military spec, you are gonna break the screen at some point. It is not impervious. Military have higher spec stuff than that, and you wouldn't want to own it because it's very chunky. I mean, I would. I'm a goofy goober like that, but I think most people like having a device that they can use properly. I hate my smartphone. It's a good device, but I hate using it because it's a touchscreen. Type on a touchscreen, and like everything fucking goes wrong. You can type really fast. That's the one benefit of the touchscreen. It's fastest typing experience. That's it.
Yeah.
Everything else is cons, and you end up typing incorrect words, and then when you untype it and then go to retype it, you make the same fail again because you're trying to go by feel a bit because you used to type it on keyboards, and it just don't work that way. I mean, when I want to like write stuff when I'm out and about and then got a laptop, I literally use a BlackBerry like to do my like article writing or anything like that. I'll just whip out the BlackBerry Classic and type on that. Because fuck using a touchscreen for typing. I'm gonna get the Clicks fucking powered keyboard thing they're bringing out where it's like a power bank magnet thing and a keyboard slider, and you can stick it on the back of your fucking phone. And I'm like, yeah, it keep my phone on for longer, and it gives it a fucking Bluetooth keyboard. Sick.
Yeah.
I wish they'd.
I think it's always funny to see like some of the like higher grade military stuff because they always put like mil STD. It's like, yeah, that's what I think of this entire industry. Like all your shit.
Military standard just means it's using a military spec. Like,
yeah,
it's like
there's
the ones that
different classes too. There's like industrial class.
Yeah. I mean, Gorilla Glass is to like military spec, but it's not to like other
highest
military specs. Well, yeah, because you got like the bulletproof shit. They ain't gonna put that on your phone. And then bulletproof, not really good words. I hate those words. Bullet resistance, but they call them bulletproof.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as bulletproof. There's bang, 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 and then you eventually get through. I ask anyone who's ever shot at like bulletproof glass, they'll tell you it's bullet resistant. And eventually, like all resistant push to its like edge, it'll eventually give up, and then you put a hole through that shit. But
I keep watching those shorts where it's like, can this
my phone will just shatter into fucking all sorts if I drop it, but the front of my phone is fucking impervious compared to it. Drop my phone on the fucking ice now, and it wouldn't fucking crack.
I keep watching those YouTube shorts where it's like, can this thing survive, different kinds of bullets, that type of shit. I saw this one where it's like, I forget how much it was like underwater, but I think it's like water is pretty good at stopping bullets. Apparently, like this dude put like a dummy, like under like I think it was like 6 feet of water, maybe more, maybe like 10 feet of water. And like pretty much none of the bullets that he tried was able to reach all the way down. I was like, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you don't want to be high in the water because that shit will hurt. Maybe not kill, but hurt. But if you're like about a person deeper than the top of the water, like that's 6 foot, then yeah, you're gonna come out okay. Unless it. Well, did he try a different selection of rounds? Was it like?
Oh yeah, he tried a bunch. He went all the way up to a 50 cal.
Oh shit. Okay, I thought it would be like only for certain rounds maybe, but nah, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Did he try an arrow?
Find it. No, he didn't try an arrow. I bet an arrow would actually hit probably.
Maybe. If it didn't like destabilize you, maybe you'd have to hit it like straight on rather than at an angle.
Yeah, no, he was basically like straight on. Like he was sitting in the back of a truck, like basically aiming right at the pool.
No, I meant like you'd have to be like parallel to the water so that the arrow goes into the water straight on. Like, Because if it goes at an angle, it might skew the arrow.
I think I found it.
Because arrows are interestingly easy to disturb. Not as easy as people think. Like, a lot of like people think arrows will just like fucking tumble away with a piece of ease, but the wind makes arrows struggle. You have to like check the wind, do your meteorology before you do a shot.
I think I found the short.
If I know anything about water, water is just fucking. It's just wind. It's just air on a different scale, different prerogative, different type of nitrogen. I think it's N4 instead of like N3. Because bacteria, they consume nitrogen 4 and turn it into nitrogen 3. And that's how our atmosphere gets to exist. Because without the nitrogen, our atmosphere wouldn't work the way it works. If there was too much oxygen, we wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
And too much oxygen doesn't preclude that insects will necessarily be larger. It was part of why they were able to be larger, but it was actually more of like them having like the roost, and them also formerly coming from the sea where size restrictions were not as important, and the sizing down was because it was not actually too beneficial to be massive on the land.
Wait, what server are we in?
It's mine.
Noob server.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I haven't used it in a long time, that's why.
I don't even remember which server it is.
It was the one that we were. This server was made by Noob when like me, Noob, and all that lot were like trying to get Nicole to like build the Lampen like Maoist news shit, and instead of like her cooperating with everyone, she just went and started claiming that she was doing it without talking to anybody about anything that was going on. And like this channel, like this server ended up like just becoming like a place that we ended up going to do streams, and now Noob's like repurposing it for like Noob's own channel and community. So it's like a revival project.
Cool. For this. Oh, I found it. The Anti-Revisionist Underground. Okay. The anti-fascist. Yeah, sure.
We were like, I mean, spot the difference, but fucking, I mean, revisionists are a special kind of fascist, I guess. Social fascist most of the time, but not always. It was a shame the way things went, because as much as she was a liberal about stuff, it was at least nice that there was seemingly a project that was going to come out of summer, and then like they sort of just threw a tantrum because I criticized them not bothering to sit down and discuss with the rest of us and just deciding what is and what isn't going on and shit like that. Like, fucking getting pissy because I wanted to take a break from being like a part of any kind of network of sorts is crazy. Bitch had fatigue. Let me rest. Like, shit, I was still going to Palestinian protests while I was fatigued with that shit, so like,
yeah.
Are we still on?
Yeah, we still on, but
What's
I saw that you posted about the PSUV, the P-sub, whatever. They're like basically complying with the U.S. now, right?
big time. Yeah, really fast.
I posted in our group chat that I was like, I wonder how all the like the PSUV stands who were attacking the PCV, the Communist Party of Venezuela. Because when the PSUV was like attacking them and suppressing them and shit, and these revisionists were like defending it and basically saying like the PCV were like ultra leftist terrorists and all this shit. I wonder what their attitude towards the PCV is gonna be now. Like, are they just gonna suddenly switch up and act like they never attacked them?
Well, they're split on both sides with a lot of them, because like you'll have like Dangus and others that'll be like, oh, it's ultra leftist to criticize the current government right now for capitulating, and that they have a
Everything is ultra left. I mean, like, it's starting to sound cool to be an ultra leftist. I'm not gonna lie. Like, fucking criticizing social activism and like imperialist fucking reification is now ultra leftism. Oh, God, you're making being an ultra sound so fucking dope. It's like when people bitch about like social justice warriors or gender warriors, and I'm like, yo,
Nicole.
does not sound like a cool title to have? Like, get a tattoo or something. Like, you know, like, it's it's
ultra
leftism
is
not ashamed of.
Ultra leftism is definitely a thing, but if anybody at all ever says that it's a bigger issue than fucking right wing bullshit, like right deviationism, like they're lost, and they're definitely like just using it as a fucking term to say like, oh, an actual Marxist. Like,
Yeah.
What I like about ultra leftism is it only describes one type of left com, and it's the ones that are the extravagant ultra. But that's not really like the whole essence of what left-wing communism really entails, because there's a lot of subtle little shits too, and those guys don't really fit the ultra-leftist purveyance. I mean, like the camp that ended up taking over during Stalin's period, and then and towards the end of it, and then after he was disposed of, fully encompassed through Khrushchev. Khrushchev was a part of a faction that come from those more subtle little shits, the opportunists around the ways in which they commit to or do not commit to ideological practices and beliefs. And so this is a really important thing to consider with a lot of this stuff, because I think ultra-leftism is a thing, but I think it's like part of a thing. It's like the more elaborate and extreme types. Trotsky might be a good example of like an ultra-leftist, but like armchair.
I was gonna say like Trotsky influenced like some of like the 28 Bolsheviks, like that type of like subtle ultra-leftism type shit.
I think like the so-called centrism that like ultra-leftist left communism, always ends up like being the representative of, which is always very confusing. Not for us, just for like like rational observers, like watching where they define themselves politically is incredibly concerning. But nevertheless, ultra-leftism crops a certain like a good example of it would be fucking the ways in which social democracy is being poised against the communists, like the way in which they are calling us the ultras for wanting to do radical stuff. They preach an elitism, and I think that's one of the major things that an ultra leftist has, is they're an elitist, and like they dominate the sphere. I want to kill the term. I want to make it pointless, because I'm sick of everyone throwing it around at literally everybody. Like fucking, I've heard like people who consider themselves real MLs call Maoists ultra leftists. And not revisionists or whatever, like fucking just actual literal Maoists, call them ultra leftists and jungle trots.
I wouldn't trust anybody with that shit.
Yeah, I know. But like
if anything, like if they're like a really like fucking just bullshit, like just a division.
Always going to save us all. We all have our own revisionists.
Yeah, like that type of shit.
Like the equivalent of Stalinist, Hoxists, or Khrushchevites, or any other like off-brand. Because I like that Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, a basic course, goes on about the fact that we have revisionists that are a problem and all that. Like, so like I agree. If you're on about those guys, you shouldn't call anyone a jungle trot, but they are fucking like reactionary dickwads. But like calling us ultras for being like connected to the street, it's like what I was talking about earlier. There's a lass named Becky I can't remember her surname at the moment. I think it's on my computer at home, and I'm out in the town in my wheelchair at the moment. Rolling on Ice. It's a new movie I'm starring in. But the what's it? Betty is a the crows flying about. I think the crows are flying about. Betty is a Moroccan Arab atheist who's a feminist activist. Don't let Ethan Klein know she exists. He'll probably harass her. She's in prison right now. She was sent to prison on August 11th, a month before she was going to go and have a very important operation. But it was the little birdies actually that flew over there. They're doing their little night song. But and she's been arrested because she did a crime of blasphemy. She wore a top. She's been wearing for like 3 or 4 years, maybe now. Or in Morocco, in France, in Britain, she's wearing this top that says Allah is a lesbian, and she got sentenced for it. Weirdly, all of a sudden, after the far right started harassing her on the internet and started tagging the Moroccan security forces in imagine having like fucking a name that sounds like it came straight from fucking Israel. I'm sure they don't do apartheid and like genocide as well too. People need to look up West Sahara, but it's not the point of the conversation here. She's gone to prison for 2.5 years. The operation she was going to go and have is for a prosthesis that could cause her to lose her arm if she doesn't like have the operation. She's in crime for fucking religious blasphemy. Like, this is like the real error of a lot of shit that we're going through right now. And like, people want to turn around. I mean, in the US with communists, they're being like, oh, it's a hoax. They're trying to distract you from the Epstein files. It's a false flag.
Oh,
not
God.
what that means. False flag, it means that you're trying to like create impetus for something. Regardless, like, it's about tricking people. Arresting an actual communist doesn't sound like a false flag. Feels like intent to arrest people. And but in the case of Betty, people they've been first worlders turning around and going, well, she shouldn't have done that in Morocco. Like, if you're going to get arrested for it, why did you even do it? And others have been saying like it's insensitive to do it. Because it's a Muslim country, despite the fact she's a Moroccan feminist. Like, who else is going to fight for female rights inside the country? Like, you can't just expect rights to magically shift over time or justify them staying bad because Morocco is a fucking theocracy. A theocracy put up by colonial fucking powers, mind us.
Oh shit! Oh, I forgot. I was gonna say something real quick about the supposed MLs, like saying, like the MLs that were saying, calling Maoists ultra left or whatever. That shit's insane. Especially like if they're not talking about just Gonzalists, but like just Maoists, period. Like, that'd be a really, really weird thing for me to hear from them. Like, I would question them. Like, if I was like, if we were all in a group and shit, and like somebody on supposedly like on the ML side said like Maoists are ultra left, I would turn around and question them. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
You even know that Maoism is the first thing that's got to be asked.
Yeah, because especially because like if you're like on like the in the anti-revisionist sphere, and you study a little bit of Maoism, you study a little bit of like Pojism or Marxism in general, like the criticism, a lot of the criticisms against Maoism is that it has rightist things like New Democracy. Like, so where are you getting this ultra leftism shit from? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I would heavily question that person's interpretation of ML if they're calling like Maoism like ultra leftist. That's weird.
To be honest as well, the thing I've noticed with Maoism is that I feel like they kind of misunderstood what New Democracy meant. I think they mean New Democracy is the like founding of socialism in the colony, and then you've got the like socialist controlled like old economy that you're trying to like mash into the new economy, because that's a lot of the ways that I've heard the Naxals push it and shit like that. And it's like I don't think they're looking to do what Mao did, where it's like let's have the bourgeoisie in government. So I'm a bit weirded by it. I don't like New Democracy, but like fucking if they're gonna like take the name and then fucking label it to like one half of what New Democracy was about, because yeah, New Democracy claimed it was the founding of the state, but like there was some caveats. There was some caveats to what state it was trying to create. Because New Democracy is a nice word for what socialism would be, isn't it? Like, so I think people read it wrong. Because if you ever argue with Maoists, they'll argue tooth and nail that New Democracy is just like the founding of a socialist state. Like that's what they think it is. And
it looks like this is what Paul Moran blocked me over, because I really like Paul Moran. I wish he wouldn't have blocked me.
Yeah.
I feel like I wasn't even being rude to him or anything either. I was just like telling him like to read the text that he was quoting, because I've shown him the thing from New Democracy. I was like, Mao specifically says New Democracy is not the .p. Like it's not the dictatorship proletariat. It's separate from it.
It was just
he was trying to say it is the same thing.
Basically, Stalin had like got him on the side of. So you can actually thank Stalin for Mao being like, actually, a New Democracy is a great idea. Because Mao was
Stalin
doing his hype about it. Like Mao before Stalin kept watering him down was very much more gung ho. Sometimes too much. I think it was good of Stalin to be like, yo, maybe you should like calm it down a little bit and like sit down when they try and pull this piece shit, and then when they like rug pull on you, you got like extra support from that. That makes sense. The Soviet Union throwing support to both them and the ROC doesn't make fucking sense, or playing around and footing around, because I do still agree that the Soviet Union played fucking politics. They were like making sure that they had enough connections either direction, that if one goes wrong, they can go the other way.
Yeah.
It's scummy.
Yeah, that's how it is with a lot of the discourse in general right now. It's like, oh, you want to tell people not to surrender to ICE. Oh, you're old to the left. I got called that.
What people will first tell you do is that when you say what Zoran's message entails, which is telling people to basically hand themselves in, give up, don't back up other people against ICE, don't obscure or obstruct arrests, blah 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 blah. When you say that that's what that is, they turn around and first go into a state of denial, because they wouldn't actually want this to be the case. The Zoran's saying, give yourself up to the Gestapo. But then when you do show that's what he's saying, then all of a sudden it's actually him trying to protect them and keep them safe. He's trying to make sure that they don't get killed. And again, for people who think that maybe this is something they're saying after the deaths, no. I'm on about arguments I've had over months.
Yeah.
Months. Zoran was even in office.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, there are some campists who are supporting the current government of Venezuela. Not all of them. Some of them realize they've capitulated, but the ones that haven't, or they are in denial, they're like, oh, you're just an ultra leftist. You just want Venezuela to sacrifice all their labor they did and just like lose to Trump, basically.
Even Russia has been like showing support for Maduro. Like when Russia is being more of a fucking solidarity, and they just doing it for the show. Like they gotta protect their dignity. Russia protecting its dignity is doing more to show solidarity with Maduro than these so-called American leftists. And these are the campists you know, like
Yeah. Yeah.
Genghis really have like shown that like because they do have to pretend that they care about Palestine, but Venezuela has kind of shown how little they actually care about the places they say they care about.
Yeah, and at the same time, they're also saying that like, oh, you're promoting like COINTEL logic if you're implying that Maduro got betrayed by somebody in the government and all this, and
You're doing COINTELPRO logic.
yeah, that's what they said. Yeah.
You know what I just forgot about completely, but remembered?
Everyone.
I remembered, when was it, last year or the year before, something like that, when Venezuela invaded, or like they were thinking about invading, like, nearby, or one of the nearby countries?
Yeah, Guyana. Yeah.
Oh, Guyana, okay.
What's it? Yeah, calling it COINTELPRO thinking from the people who accuse everything that fucking shits of being COINTELPRO is kind of laughable.
Yeah.
Like, what are they saying that, like, accusing it of being a takeover is what a CIA person would say? Or is it, like, what a paranoid person who thinks COINTELPRO is after them will say? Because, like, there's two different ways you can take this.
The way they were going on about it a lot of times is like if you imply that like somebody in the government of Venezuela betrayed Maduro or that they're selling out, that you're just trying to cause division among socialists and anti-imperialists, and then therefore that's the COINTELPRO logic somehow.
No, but I mean, like, when they say COINTELPRO logic, do they mean you are in line with COINTELPRO, or you are paranoid of COINTELPRO? Because they can mean either.
I think it's a situation of both and neither, but yeah.
Oh, God. So irritating.
Yeah.
I hate fucking the scummy, don't make a commitment to a position until someone holds you down and then you squirm out of it into something else fucking mentality of today. Like, individualism is the most cancerous thing that fucking Britain decided would be the standard for how imperialist countries would perceive themselves. And I know that sounds almost like I'm giving them too much credit, but they literally called it Victorian humanism, and they spread it like the fucking plague. That's why you see countries like the U.S. go on about, like, oh, the great pedigree of the Victorian Empire is spread out, like, and educated the savages and stuff like that. Like, they say shit like that sometimes, you know, like in between shitting on King George III, but then no other king, because fucking, I don't know, I guess they got their favorites. It's weird, that one. They only hate the one guy, the one king that was like, oh God, slavery. I don't think Jesus was down for this. What? But like, fucking, well, not the actual guy that is based off, but like whoever the fuck, like Matthew and Mark are making up, like that, you know, that guy loves slavery. I mean, I think it's Matthew that tells you to be how to like treat your slaves. As Jesus is telling you that. Just treat your slaves kindly. So I guess it's a little bit better than the Old Testament. No more beatings. I guess the transatlantic slave trade will have a conversation about that. But I bet they removed that part and like kept the other justifications of slavery that didn't necessarily like state anything about treating your slave with kindness. Because the slave Bible, I want to get a copy of it and see what it's like, because that was the shit they made for the slaves to have so they could Christianize them without teaching them to, like, fight for their freedom. Because, like, there's a lot of stories of the Israelites going on, like, fights where they claim that they're the oppressed in the fight. Weirdly enough, sometimes they do that when they're actually invading a place, too, and genociding all the people who live there. So, like, sometimes they might actually be running from someone. I guess Babylon eventually got them. I've been trying to get to know my religion because fucking religious fascism is a big problem, and if you don't know it, how are you going to be able to understand what people get from it? and I get that they don't read the entire fucking Bible. I fucking haven't, but I've always been really good at picking it up from people, and part of my education, sort of like educate Islamics, because we did religious education, but that didn't mean we learned about all religions equally. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, it's more like reading the official documents or whatever. Like, I gotta go through like the documents of like the Second Vatican Council.
That's an interesting one to look into. I'm getting into like academics, religious like atheist academics on religion and religious history, and I'm looking at their like criticisms of like I've found one that's on like on the like anti-Semitism of the New Testament.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That'd be interesting to look at.
PDF that you can actually like fucking download. There's nothing's worse than trying to get academic PDFs.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting one to read.
Absolutely. I'll have to like drop it in the chat when I'm home. If I remember. Because like it's sounding like something I'm gonna be into. I need to load it onto my Kindle. I still need to read fucking Lukács. Like, I started the history of class struggle, and like that book is monumental. And I
I've been seeing white nationalists, like, I don't know if it's true even, but I keep saying it. It's probably not true, but they said that the Talmud apparently like says like that Jesus is like in hell, like in boiling shit or something. Like,
they're just talking ass.
Yeah.
Basically, like, well, maybe it does. I don't know. Like, actually, I won't jump to conclusions because I know the Talmud shits all over Christianity. It does multiple times.
And Islam too. But yeah.
Because the Talmud finished in like I think it was like 300 AD, but it was started like 3000 BCE, I think. Yeah, like it was like 3400 BCE. It's like 2000, 3000 years in the Talmud. It's quite a chunky thing.
Yeah, I mean, they got more than just that, though. I mean, even the Zionists have made up their own versions of it now. So, it's...
No, it's just not about the Talmud.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The Zionists have their own, like, commentaries and things that they're doing now, but they don't count. Like, the Talmud is the major different commentaries, because the Talmud's more than one, like, book. It's many.
Really, it doesn't say Jesus, but it says the name Yeshu. It says this person Yeshu is punished in the afterlife by being boiled in hot excrement.
Yeah, Yeshua is Jesus' name in Hebrew.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I guess it does say it. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Damn.
Oh yeah, and the other person who was
to read the Talmud, I know it's good. I've heard all sorts of good things from scholars that have read their shit, but I have not gotten the chance to read the Talmud. Needs to happen.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe it needs to be a live stream thing because it sounds like it's fucking hilarious. Like, I imagine some of it's fucked up. I know that there's a part in the Talmud where they turned around and dropped the law where if you don't bleed on a cloth, you can be like stoned to death for being a whore. Because basically the ancient Greeks figured out that like that bullshit doesn't work. They didn't know the percentage, but we now know 60% of women don't bleed on their first time. Sometimes your hymen's already broken because you're a horse rider or something. Sometimes it just never breaks, and so you never bleed, and other things like that. So, like, yeah, more than half of women don't bleed on their first time, and so when the Greeks figured out that most women don't bleed on their first time, they stopped it. That sort of bullshit, and then the the Hebrews were like, stop practicing that law. It's bollocks. Like, so. But the Christians, they'll try and defend it. Like, I've seen so many, like, Christians on these, like, fucking YouTube videos where they argue with, like, fucking... Oftentimes, it's, like, ex-Christians. Sometimes, the one guy I watch, he's, like, a fucking academic. A guy was so caught up into Christianity, became an academic, and then betrayed the faith after being a reverend for a bit. Like, fucking... it's a long story for a man. Like, he isn't even that old. He's got like a really young son, like, and he looks like he's about 30-something, maybe 40. This man spent like 20-something years in this lifestyle. He's an electrician and does these like YouTube things, and he debates all these motherfuckers, and they fall for all the bait. They'll defend anything because God said it, so therefore, like, you know, it's holy. Or some of them will be like, actually, it's not necessarily that the woman's guaranteed to death. You know, maybe they can bargain for her life and all that. And it's like, no, the fucking literature says she gets stoned. Like, if she can't prove her innocence, she dead. And her father has to throw the first stone.
I had an almost really stupid electrical brain fart. Well, I basically kind of did, I guess, but before I triggered it. A couple days ago, I've been sick pretty much all week, right? And a couple days ago was really bad. I don't know why I just left my bathroom light on, and I just couldn't be bothered to get up and turn it off. And then I had my phone charger plugged in, obviously, and then I had my space heater running on high, and the wire tripped twice, and I was like, oh fuck, am I gonna have to replace this thing? And then like I slept through the night like thinking I would have to replace it, and then I woke up and I was like, wait, what the fuck am I talking about? I think I just triggered it. Like, I think it just like tripped the wire because I was going past the amperage.
Yes. What's yeah, I mean, maybe you wouldn't break your space heater if you wasn't getting it high. Like, that might be out of the problem here. Drugs are for people, not for heaters. So if you use electricity instead of marijuana, the space heater might work.
Yeah, I've been running it on low ever since. But still,
I run mine high sometimes when it gets too cold, because I like to have the windows open sometimes in the winter. There's no air like winter air, but like, you know, yeah. I keep it on the low normally, because what ends up happening is you fall asleep and then you wake up fucking drowning in sweat because you like underestimated how hot it will get. Because space heaters, if you don't have the thermostat set on it, and I can never be asked to do the thing where you heat up the house and then get it to where you just like it, and then go onto the thermostat and set the dial just to the point where it clicks, and then go back to the other thing and all that, because fucking, I'll always get annoyed by it. It'll always be like not right at a different point in time, and I'll end up just getting bitchy about it. I'll just turn it off when I feel the need to turn it off.
Yeah.
That's like the mentality with me. Maybe I need to set like don't fucking pass this limit, but like fucking normally I turn it off on time, but sometimes shit just don't go right.
Yeah, Vijay Prashad is one of the other revisionists that's promoted a lot right now, who is doing the thing where we have to stop accusing the Venezuelan government of abandoning Maduro and all that talk. But yeah,
I haven't been able to like pin down Vijay Prashad's like ideology. Like I don't look out for him that often, but everything I saw from him before, I thought he was like a New Democracy Maoist. But like, is he just like some type of like gangist?
He's really like a pan-revisionist dangist. So like he even supports like the government of India kinda when they're trying to start a war with Pakistan, you know. So yeah, he's like he's a eclectic dangist, and he's okay with stageism, you know, stuff like that.
age-old European chauvinism. Really, Europe could do it. No, I don't think so. It's like when people think only oppression could do it. Like, people still don't want to, like, agree with the archaeology that shows that the pyramids weren't built by slaves, they were built by workers. Because, I mean, Egypt was a slave society, and we know that. But people want to think that the slaves were justified and needed to do these, like, big feats, and it's just not true.
Yeah, Vijay Prashad is not a Maoist. That's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's not.
Yeah, because I've seen like all types of weird shit from VJ. I don't know. He's kind of a weird guy.
Yeah, and he's been like.
Saying like, that makes total sense.
Yeah, and they've been adding him like.
A lot of the Genghis try and frame themselves as some kind of Maoist because they want to try and like steal the name from like actual Maoists, and that involves doing a little bit of pretend.
Yeah, the new trend is that some Dingus are now calling themselves Stalinists as well, but yeah.
That one revisionist video we found on YouTube from I don't remember the guy's name, but his video was basically like Mao Zedong thought is the real Maoism or some shit like that.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Can I be asked to go around this?
I just don't remember the name.
I'm probably gonna disconnect at any moment.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Deal frame builder. Johnny sold on 5G will last.
I think I remember VJ. He made like I think he made like a eulogy type post for Mani Guha from India. I don't remember if he did or not.
He may have.
That, or also like shit talking him.
It's possible because sometimes VJ does fight with people too. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know he definitely would not have liked Mani Guha like normally because Mani was like a hojist.
Oh, and he wouldn't like him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, VJ is very. Yeah, VJ is like a very eclectic Dangist. So like it's a very unprincipled form of it too, and he says we gotta support like the Pink Tide and Social Democrats, including Venezuela. You know.
That's so bad.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, they've been adding him on like these new book publications for some reason. He writes like a little foreword or whatever they call it these days. And then they put his fucking name in front of the title of the book, you know, foreword by Vijay Prashad. And so like that's why people know who he is now, and so he's like the latest revisionist trend of today. And
Sure.
and he's on these podcasts. He did a podcast with Hinkle, but he chose not to publish it after he found out that, you know, ACP is a bunch of white hammer fascists, but
That's funny.
yeah. I'd say he's more like a Dangist who has like a lot of kind of like some people say that he's like a modern Bernstein, and then others say he's more of a modern Kautskyite. But, you know, the Dangists, like him, they can have a little bit of both, you know?
Yeah.
A little bit of LaSalle, a little bit of, you know, who else? Proudhon and all that.
Yeah, they just grab a little bit from everybody. Like, they just read something they like, don't even finish the rest of it, and just move on.
Yeah, Michael Hudson is still like another popular revisionist at the moment, and
Oh, jeez.
yeah.
This whole super imperialism bullshit.
Well, a lot of them now they focus on his like, because he's very obsessed about productive workers and unproductive workers,
Is
and
he? Oh my god, what an idiot.
yeah.
What a fucking moron.
And he says that like finance capital is unproductive and all this crap, and it's just very confusing. I mean, to me it is when you try to understand what he's saying.
That's weird. How the fuck is finance capital unproductive? What?
I don't know. I don't know.
These idiots, like they use the term productive and unproductive in like a caveman ooga booga fucking sense, where like, do you create a thing? Like no, like the entire thing of productive workers is, does it generate fucking value? And yes, it does.
Exactly. Exactly. And even the ACP has Michael Hudson on their fucking reading list of their theory list, basically.
Yeah. Like if you put two people next to each other, and you put like a fucking, this one guy created a chair and doesn't sell it, he just sits in it and uses it himself, versus another guy next to him that's on his phone that sells like fucking 10,000 stocks when they are high. Like that person who sold the stocks is way more productive. Like
Yeah.
in the Marxist sense of the term, that they're way more productive. But these ooga booga brains like would fucking say that the other guy was more productive.
Yeah. Yeah, they would. Yeah, and we're also dealing with like the people who sometimes if they don't use the term finance capital, they start talking about usury, this and that.
Usury? The fuck is this, Nazi Germany?
I guess we're worse, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, that's just how it is with a lot of them. And yeah, the campus, they are fighting over how to deal with the Venezuela question, the PSUV, because there are campuses who are saying that like, oh, okay, yeah, this is an actual, like, Trump coup. And so like they're getting in fights with the other campus, and and it's a mess. It's a mess.
Yeah, who would have thought like the revisionists with their fucked up, a nonsensical worldview, when things go wrong, they flounder and have no fucking idea what to even believe at this point.
Yeah, and when the Palestine vote happened at the UN, when China and Russia didn't veto it, the Brezhnevites were fighting with the Dengists. I mean, a lot of us were calling out the Dengists anyways, but like the Brezhnevites were starting to fall out with them, and so
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the state of the campus
Funny,
side.
the Dengists are so bad. It's kind of annoying because I always like am hesitant to even do anything with the Brezhnevites, because it's like, yeah, they deserve just as much heat.
Yeah, well, occasionally
They're really not all that much better. So
yeah, and there is kind of a right-wing streak with the Brezhnevites on a social level as well, even if they get some of their criticisms right about China, and it's I
the thing
agree.
is that their criticisms about China are not anything that you wouldn't find in an anti-revisionist space anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's like you don't really need the Brezhnevites. Like, can't really like give them credit or tip your hat to them or whatever, because it's like, because stuff anti-revisionists have already been saying without the baggage anyway. So
Yeah, I mean, it's a broken clock. It's a broken clock, and that. Yeah, I agree with you, though. I mean, a lot of the Brezhnevites, they try to work with Dengiz, but a lot of times it fails and they fall out. And a lot of Brezhnevites, they want people to they want people to accept the opinion that like the Sino-Soviet split shouldn't have happened and China and Albania should have just gone along. And
Yeah, like I mean, ask Brezhnevites like their opinions on like some Maoist stuff, like the Cultural Revolution, or even non-Maoist stuff, like just anti-revisionist stuff in general, like social imperialism, and like just watch them crumble. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of Brezhnevites hate Hojis too. They hate Althusser. They hate Frankfurt School because they're critical of the Soviet Union and all this, and yeah.
Shit is dumb.
Yeah.
Talk about social imperialism. Like, if you can't talk about social imperialism with them, the fuck is that noise? I don't know what that was.
Not sure.
I heard like some beeping, but I've never heard it before. I think it was like in another apartment, whatever. Like, talk about social imperialism with them though, and like it goes to shit. Like, you can't even. That's a huge fucking problem and one that should not be replicated. So if you can't even talk about it with them, oh, fuck you. You're useless then.
Yeah, and a lot of Brezhnevites, they don't all agree on how to deal with the current state of like geopolitics as well. So like some Brezhnevites want to work with the Dengists, some don't. Some Brezhnevites are willing to like, drop their criticism of China, others are not. But like a lot of them are also just kind of all over the place when it comes to like Venezuela and stuff like that. It's all over the place, and they're not. Do they really even have a party besides?
Like, think about this for a second. Like, if the fucking the fucking market reforms, or the further market reforms in the Soviet Union they actually succeeded, if the Gorbachev fucking reform succeeded, they wouldn't give a fuck about China. Like, they wouldn't have those criticisms about China.
100%. 100%.
They definitely wouldn't.
Yeah,
it's just a thing of like principle, where it's like I can tell. I know that they would not.
Yeah, 100%, 100%, and yeah, that's how it is. They don't really have like major parties anymore, unless you want to count like the Pan-Revisionist PSL, which is like a mix of Brezhnevites and Trots and Dengists. I mean, there is that one like Brezhnevite org that has a YouTube channel, and they were like calling anarchists like ultra left or something, but
Yeah.
I hear you're up to ultra stuff.
Which org was that again? Was that the one that criticized S4A like during
yeah
2023?
I think that's the one. Yeah.
Fuck those idiots.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I don't remember what they were saying about the S4A thing. Like, weren't they saying that it like wasn't like a national liberation struggle or something?
Yeah. I just don't remember which country.
No, they were saying it was Palestine, like in Israel, like.
Oh yeah.
October 7th.
Yeah, it was Palestine. You're right.
They were saying it wasn't the national liberation struggle.
Yeah, they were doing the thing of that, like, Hamas is backed by Turkey and Qatar, and therefore.
Yeah, those guys are fucking awful. Fuck those guys. I have not heard from them since that, so I'm hoping that killed their channel.
Yeah, I mean, they're goofy.
Oh, they're all like Sturm, right? Is that what they were called?
Yeah, Politstern. Yeah.
Yeah, their channel looks like it has not been doing well. Looking at it now.
Yeah, a lot of left comms hold that same position as well. The Bordigas.
Yeah, it's such a stupid fucking position. I don't know how all these people come to that moronic shit. Did they delete that stream? I can't find the stream where they attacked S4A. I think they deleted that stream.
They may have. But I do remember it though, and I remember they were attacking anarchists over like something about like the pigs like cars or some shit. But yeah, that's just how it is with the Brezhnevites and the Dengists at the moment, you know, and there's like 10 or 12 different types of Dengists. You got like Dengists in the DSA, and you got Dengists who are not for DSA, and you know, Dengists for Mandani and all that, and others are not.
Seeing if I can get myself like a cone of chips. The scourge has begun.
I just met the Jeff Gray about that shit. I told him, me and my buddies were talking about recent events, and Pollock term came up, and we were talking about Brezhnevites. And I said, I think they deleted that stream where they criticized them.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah.
I think they wrote some dumb fuck article too, where they were trying to justify it.
Yeah, they were.
Eyes are killing me.
Oh, it's £2 for a cone now. I do not have enough money for chips. Damn. Next time. The worst thing is the bus has already been. So, like, I'm gonna be here for a while.
Damn.
Wait, how much is this chips? Wait, I got.
My fucking legs is so cold.
I got $15 in my Cash App. How much do you need?
I don't. You can't use Cash App on my phone or anything that relates to my identity. No matter what I do, want to use it. Can't even install the app.
Oh, damn.
Oh no, I can install it. I remember what it was. I can install it, but no matter what I do, no matter what I try, it won't let me set up a new Cash App. I don't know what happened to my old one.
Huh. That sucks.
I guess I get to be one of those few people who accidentally had a Cash App that got like fraudulated or some shit. I don't know.
Damn. I didn't remember I had. It's kind of a pain in the ass to like transfer it out to like my bank, so it's just been sitting.
Yeah.
Speaking of things that are a pain in the ass, yesterday after work, because they're making us go back to the office now. It took me down. Google Maps took me down like the dumbest fucking path like ever.
Yeah.
It added like 20 minutes to my trip home. It took like an hour and a half to get back home. I was pissed. I wish you could blacklist routes on Google Maps, so apparently you can't.
You can force it to go for a specific like pathway when you see it show the different lines that you can take.
Yeah,
it's really hard to choose them and pick them. But like the company they bought, that's an Israeli company, Waze. So this is useless information, but I didn't know they were Israeli when I first found out about this thing. I don't use it. My mom had used it. I literally found out about them being Israeli because of that Bad Empanada video where he covered that like tech propaganda video from Israel. And like, yeah, it's like going on about Waze, and I'm like, oh, it was like bought by Google. But Google didn't like implement the actual cool stuff that software had. Because trust Israel to make software that can tell you exactly like what the best route is at a given time based on roadworks and police blockages and where the police are most likely going to be, where speed cameras are. It's like fucking. I mean, now I want to burn the app to the ground because it's Zionist stuff. But if anyone's going to make a new app, yeah, make it tell us where the cops are. That's great. I like that. I mean, it doesn't tell you, but like people can tell you. People can make a notification on the thing that pings other people that drive on that road. And then it turns around and it's like, well, there's pigs. And I'm like, yeah.
It's been better. It's been better about that. Yeah, it will tell me like there are police spotted nearby or whatever. Or it'll say like there's an object in the road.
I mean, if anyone's listening, make one that's like that. That would be even better. Then I'll tip my hat deep in a much more immense way, you know.
Yeah. No, it took me. I hated it because like yesterday it took me down this fucking weird ass route where like. It had like this roundabout where there was no fucking indication that it was going to do it, but it just switched one of the lanes randomly into an entire lane into a bike path. I don't know, like usually bike paths are off to the side and kind of small. Like this thing was the whole fucking lane, and it like did it right when the roundabout was about to start. And then like it took me all the way downtown Phoenix. And I was sitting in traffic. And downtown Phoenix is a fucking nightmare down by like, ASU and like the giant electrical company, APS, all that shit.
I'm going for London. A stupid idea.
It's so dumb and frustrating because like you'll drive for like 5 seconds, maybe even less, and then you'll reach another stop sign and like a huge line. Like the lines are huge, like with the cars. Like I'm talking about lines where like. You can't even go past the light without like already stopping.
Sounds
so
like
sometimes you can't even go.
Close the roads that go through Central and just make it walkable.
Yeah, it's funny too because I kept on seeing the same students pass me by, just walking.
That's why you have a tram and stuff. It basically just stops people from like making it a nightmare to even like traverse the Central, because like no wonder you guys are like so hell-bent on the needing 1,000,001 different buses that are specific to a specific mall, and it goes to the mall and you have to catch on a bus from Central to go to the mall. And I'm like, normally you go to Central and then you would walk to like the mall because it should be like not far.
Yeah.
But in like Phoenix, you guys go get a bus to the mall.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like in the town center. Technically, there are supermarkets, but they're not actually. Any of them are technically really in the town center because like one of them's like far out enough that it's like gonna take you a 20-minute, 30-minute walk to get there. And then the one that's nearer by isn't even a fucking supermarket. It's like the middle grounds between a supermarket and like a Tesco Express.
Yeah, I gotta remember the name of that road or something. I think it was like Gatlin Drive or some shit. Like, it took me down that nightmare path. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, I got some breaking news. Supposedly, the government of Greenland is considering talking to Trump without Denmark in the process.
What? Talking to Trump about Denmark?
Yeah, because Greenland has their own, like, they do have their own prime minister and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that, but I was like, why would they talk to Trump about Denmark? That's the weird thing.
Oh no, talking to Trump without Denmark.
Oh, without Denmark.
Yeah.
Dude, are they gonna fucking actually agree to join or some shit? What the fuck is going on?
Well,
they gonna have a referendum amongst the people? It's gonna be a fake referendum, probably.
There had been reports that Trump was gonna offer like to pay like 10 or 50K to each like Danish settler, not the indigenous people, of course. So the Inuit people.
Yeah.
If they can pay enough Danish settlers,
But these bosses are still a fucking nightmare. The older ones are so much better for the disabled section.
Yeah, there's not that many people in Greenland. It's like 200K or less, I think. It's not good. Like we should still be against this shit. You know what I mean?
I'm still waiting for mine to be sorted. I'm dealing with social worker problems.
Yeah.
I ain't got anything. The drivers have just been letting me go.
Right.
I don't even know what they would want. Why Greenland would want to join the USA.
Well, I mean, if Trump's offering like cash to like every individual citizen, it is true that Denmark doesn't really help Greenland, but like for obvious reasons, we should still be against this.
I wonder if Greenland, if they become part of the U.S., like, are they another? I mean, they're not a state, right? So they're just another U.S. fucking fucking area that they have.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like another area where it's like taxation without representation or something.
Well, with Denmark, Greenland hates Denmark. It's not just about Denmark does no good. Greenland hates Denmark. And so, like, Greenland, though, Greenland is, they have turned around and said they don't want Trump. They don't want any of this shit. So, like, they don't like Greenland. Sorry, they don't like Denmark, but, like, they're not also stupid. They want to be a republic. They don't want to be a part of the United States.
Yeah. Damn it, forgot my fucking thing. Gotta plug it all in again.
Yeah, Venezuelan government confirmed that they're establishing a diplomatic phase in talks with the U.S., which means normalizing relations.
Oh, there's the answer.
Yeah, it's happening so fast, it's unbelievable.
I mean, I believe it. I mean, that's kind of the story of revisionism in general.
Right, right. It's probably gonna take like a few weeks for a lot of these people to kind of like internalize the facts on the ground as well. And I don't say that to be like elitist or mean, but like that's just how a lot of them are acting still. Yeah, and the PSUV, they're releasing like right-wing compradors from the prisons, but not the communists.
Oh, that's even more fucking telling. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, I covered it on the stream earlier. I mean, it's been a long stream, and yesterday Venezuela didn't give permission for a Cuban airliner to land in Caracas. So it seems like they're abandoning Cuba slowly, at least. You know.
Oh, I can't take this fucking big one. The hands are too big. Wow. Not even easy. I gotta clean up like that. So.
Or the rhinovirus. I hope it's the rhinovirus, because if it's a chance to get like
You know, all those revisionists should hopefully look back on, Venezuela doing that bullshit with Guyana and think maybe that wasn't a good thing. Maybe they did have imperialist ambitions there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
maybe it was like some Chavista reason why they're allowed to do that.
That was all some bullshit.
Yeah, I remember that.
For all of Hugo Chavez's laws, I don't think he would have supported the invasion.
Yeah.
It wasn't popular at home. That was one of the reasons why it never happened, was that people were a little outraged at home. Americans weren't bothered by it, but Venezuelans were. But thank goodness for the social conscience of the people of Venezuela. I'm hoping that is what prevails again, because that's what prevailed the last time they did this, because this isn't the first time they've kidnapped a Venezuelan president. It's the first time they did it with Delta Force, but last time they did it, they managed to get them back through force of appeal. Now, I think Maduro's chances of getting back to Venezuela are slim to none, even if what I'm on about goes through. Slim to none. But getting Delcy Rodriguez, you know what? I'm gonna just be shitty to people that use Latin names. Delicate Rodriguez. It's like, you know, you're gonna use it. I'm gonna throw out the old pronunciatives to make it all sound stupid. And it's kind of just how like a lot of people like incorrectly read it, but that's how Latin was originally read. You can be an asshole with things like this. I mean, trust the white Spaniard to sell out the country. That's all I'm saying. Fucking coming in with a name like Rodriguez. Is that just the only like name she got, or she got like a double barrel name? Because normally you don't see Rodriguez on its own. Normally it's always those like double barrel like Spanish colonizer like fucking conquistador families. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like a Salvador Rodriguez or something like that. We'll find out. Eventually it'll come. It'll come first. It's a very common name though. Like Rodriguez is one that you'll find a lot because there's a lot of like people who are like native and all the different like fucking types of half-caste bullshit that they invented to separate other natives from natives. They have the surname Rodriguez too because they were owned by that family. So like you do find a lot of the like, but that's when you would normally find them singularly. But I don't know. That is a white ass woman. Like Maduro's like fucking. Maduro's from the native population, and I do believe he's from the group that had like integrated heavily with the black community. So like he comes from both the black and the native in Venezuela. I mean, for the most part, the black community has basically integrated with the native community in Venezuela. But it's not entirely it. It's not like it's 100%, oh, that's the way it always goes thing. But it's basically, you know, so much so it might as well be the case. But Maduro comes from that. I mean, he's a fucking bus driver. The guy's fucking, like, working class Joe, you know? So it was so weird for him to be, like, pushing for an imperialist expansion. I wonder how much, like, his efforts and hopes were trying to be something that the United States could be interested in supporting. Because if you got Guyana, that's a lot of like source-rich minerals and stuff like that. You get all the. Seems like they were bargaining for power.
Oh yeah, what it was too is Maduro said that he was gonna consider declaring like half of Guyana's coast as Venezuelan territory because it happens to have oil as well. You know.
So they could take their oil. Yeah, that's so obvious. The U.S. is to offer them a really good deal. If you got all those new oil fields, you're gonna have some excess crude going on in your production, so you can just chuck them a load of shit and it'll cost you almost next to nothing. But yeah, it turns out not popular. People are like, wait a minute, not the right team. Begs the question whose idea it was. I mean, one of the interesting things is like, why would a leader of a country decide amongst the cabinet that the defense minister should go and send a paramilitary force out rather than actual like deployment of the military?
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, Rodriguez, she ended the state of emergency as well. Like, 2 days after Maduro was kidnapped. Um,
That's very tough and cheap. Like, oh, the military is completely unavailable and unable to operate. Oh, well, now let's have a marching parade. Okay, that's something. You're gonna do like essentially a coronation for your takeover. Someone was hoping the U.S. would let her hold power. Someone seems to forget that the U.S. doesn't like keeping miscreants in and prefer their own guys. Which means that Rodriguez was an asset, but that doesn't mean that she was an ally. Not in the mind of America. Maybe in the mind of her. In the mind of America, she's useful until she's no longer useful.
yeah.
The clock is ticking. They got like 2 years, I think, at best, before the U.S. just gives up on waiting for a transition to a different government. Maybe less than that. But Trump has at least said that they're being given some time as the oil transitions and then the government free and fair elections. And if you know what free and fair elections means, they're actually referencing this like international like think tank bullshit that declares how they're like overseas elections from the UN or something, and like fucking notoriously like the worst part of the UN.
Oh, there's a separate one they did in Latin America and Central America. I forgot the name of it, but it's basically what you're referring to anyways. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Trump basically... Yeah, Trump basically implied that there are not going to be elections right away. It could end up being next year as well. But, yeah.
I mean, you guys never do elections right away. That's just him describing how American elections work, to be honest. Like, you guys wait until the end of the fucking year after doing a whole massive ass campaign for fucking 9 months, do an election for fucking 2.5 months, and then once the vote's in, you wait another essentially 2 months before you then put the president in. And it's like, fucking hell. Like, when we do an election and the election's over and we now know who's won, the government in the next session is the next government, because the other government shouldn't have any access to the power of being the government if it's lost, because then they can just do sabotage. Like, it's fucking most logical shit you could ever fucking think of. But no, in the United States, they give essentially a 2-month window for a loser president to trash the fucking country.
Yeah.
And your midterms aren't better. Your midterms are like slightly faster, but they still take a year.
Yeah.
I think America should just like admit that it doesn't give a flying fuck about democracy and just stop doing it. Trump feels a bit like a wake-up call for certain types, you know?
Yeah.
Especially on immigration and shit, like the border and all that. Like, especially conservative people. And liberals are dumbfounded. They don't even know how to respond to it. I mean, the conservatives don't even have a point about it. I mean, they don't need Congress to, like, shut down the border. Trump's proved it with all his executive order bullshit.
Well, I mean, Trump already did this before with the Muslim ban. He didn't use Congress for the Muslim ban in fucking 2017.
Yeah. I don't remember how long that even held up, though.
A while. Until Biden came in.
Really?
Yeah. I might be a bit early on the year, though. But it was definitely there was somewhere in the middle of, yeah, it would have been later than 2017. It would be like 2019. Yeah, it was around the time they fucking... I guess that like moment that fucking what's his name had on fucking the news where he kept getting like all of the dates of when like all the things happened at Epstein Rock, and he's like, "Well, Biden killed Epstein, yeah." And it's like Biden wasn't in office and Epstein died. You're like, you sure about it? But yeah, it was sometime in the middle of Trump's office, I think. Because I know there was shit going on in 2016 and 2017 in the UK, and that could have spurred on his Muslim ban bullshit.
I actually didn't hear that shit. I'm looking it up, and it said the first version only lasted a few days. I remember him getting shit for that, but I don't remember it ever being like brought back up again the same year. I guess it did.
This time.
Copy.
Apparently,
I was kind of freaked out yesterday because I was gone all day.
I see. Yeah, apparently, an IRGC colonel was like killed on the streets of Iran.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, those protests, they're very spicy. It's starting to go that way.
More protests in Iran.
Yeah, the Iranian government is destabilizing, and we had talked about that earlier as well. And yeah, there's been 2 weeks of protests now, and there's a huge water drought as well that's contributed to like a lot of problems. Climate crisis, for the climate change deniers out there.
Thank you so much. Hope you have a good evening. Yeah.
Yeah, and earlier this morning, the Doomsday plane was in LAX. And it's like a plane they created in the Cold War for the president.
This fucking shit. The path here is unusable. No fucking grip boxes around here because it's not fucking council. I don't even think the council likes to fill them anymore. So like, the only like parts of the pavement that is clear are the people who've cleared their drive, and that's it. The rest of it, literally, my wheels just spin. Fucking horrible. So I'm in the middle of the road.
I see.
Safety. I mean, it's supposed to be a residential, I guess, but... Yeah, I'm one of those members of the residential. It's a residential, so I can do what I fucking want. I'm not like that, but like a,
You should expect people to be in the fucking road in a residential area, at least in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
High possibility, maybe. There might be residents. Just a speculation. An assumption, you might say.
Another reason why I hate Google Maps is like, I think it doesn't actually like take into consideration traffic or speed limits or safety factors or speed bumps or anything like that. Because like there are times it'll try to take me through residential areas, and it's like I know there's tons of speed bumps in these areas, so I'm not gonna follow your orders.
I would devote tonight. Speed bumps are uncomfortable, I get it. Oh god. I feel like speed bumps would not be a solution to a problem if there wasn't like the idea that like speed limits are just like suggestive information.
Yeah. The speed bumps in my apartment complex are pretty bad. Like if you go anything above like 6 miles per hour, like your car's jumping basically.
Test.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, gotcha. I'm just making sure because sometimes Discord can act funky. It's also like 38 degrees outside, surprisingly.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's cold this morning. It's 50 degrees here. I'm cold.
Yeah, I believe it. This climate's crazy.
Yeah. It rained a lot yesterday.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah,
It
we're
was
no
like bone-chillingly cold for me.
yeah, we're no longer in drought season over here.
Wow, nice. I feel like January is kind of colder than December. I don't know why. I feel like that used to not be the case, but maybe it was. I don't know. I just never noticed.
I think it's becoming like more of a thing now, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, the top Democrats say they're not they're not really like interested in reining in ICE despite Gestapo executing that woman 2 days ago in broad daylight.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, because Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer's, they're calling the shots. So,
That guy's an idiot with no political instinct at all.
it makes me feel like they almost want to lose on purpose at this rate.
He does.
And and then they'll tell people we got to vote in 2028 to take back everything, despite not doing anything.
Yeah, they're gonna lose to JD Vance.
Yeah, and like what else can we say? I mean, they're not going to be in the position to fight JD Vance if I mean, these midterm elections, they're over. They've redrawn the maps. Um, you know, like even in Texas, it's like squiggly lines, and they've drawn out. There's only like 5 Democrat seats left. And the Supreme Court basically said, yeah, they can do that now.
I don't know why they thought that the courts would like uphold like fairness or some shit.
Exactly. Trump won so many court cases at the Supreme Court that, like, more than his first term in 1 year. It's just a fucking fascist joke.
Yeah.
And the 14th Amendment battle is coming, by the way.
Oh, geez, is it?
Yeah, SCOTUS is reviewing.
I wouldn't be surprised if they rule in his favor. And all of a sudden we don't have birthright citizenship anymore.
And that's a great way of targeting U.S. citizens, honestly, and preventing them from voting, even.
What I worry about is how far back does this getting rid of birthright citizenship go? 1 generation, 2 generations, 3 generations? Like, how far back does it go?
I mean, it could go back to the Civil War, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless the Supreme Court decides to say that it starts from, like, Trump's executive order. But even 1 year is a lot of fucking damage, honestly.
I mean, I'm good up to at least 4 generations for sure. I don't know about 5 though. I might not be 5.
Yeah, I mean, same here. And then I mean, I could try to do the thing about like my Puerto Rican great grandparent, but even then, like Puerto Rico, it's not even a state; it's a territory, and all this. This is crazy. Yeah, it's 4 or 5 for me as well, sorta ish.
Yeah. I'm only aware of up to 4. If we go to 5, they might end up from Mexico or something. So.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and it's just like this is the state of the post neoliberal era we're living in. The neoliberalism is in decay as a political ideology, and even
Shit, I was dead.
oh yeah, yeah, it is dead. I was saying that earlier too. But some people will point out to the economics part of it. And obviously, that's a big transition,
Yeah.
But the ideology, yeah, it's dead, fucking Schumer's like 83 fucking years old. He's a dinosaur.
Yeah.
They're, and I don't know how, it's just one of these things too, where like the midterms are gonna happen, possibly still. They probably are, and then it's like, are we really supposed to believe that what? There's gonna be a blue wave?
Thing is, my prediction, even if they do have a blue wave in 2026, they're still going to lose in 2028.
Yeah, and And Speaker Johnson might not even want to swear in the blue wave wins anyways, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, look at what he did to the congresswoman that won in Arizona. He held up, he prevented her from being sworn in for like 8 weeks during the shutdown.
Yeah.
I don't know if there is going to be another government shutdown. I mean, Schumer is so pathetic, and Jeffries is so pathetic. They might just, they might just pass the fucking CR bill.
Yeah.
Look at how the airliners called the Democrats to tell them to end the shutdown in November.
They did that shit on a promise from Republicans that they were going to pass the they were going to revisit the tax credits for the ACA, and then they didn't do it in December at all. In fact, they just did it the other day. Was it Lauren Underwood or something like that? I don't remember their name. Some Democratic House representative introduced a 3-year extension of the tax credits, and it passed the House with only like 13 Republican votes.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's crazy though is Schumer's stupid fucking ass and Jeffries. They're gonna celebrate it as like some bipartisan shit. And like they're gonna like congratulate and like praise the fucking 13 Republicans that voted for with them.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, fuck those guys. Like, they literally, they wouldn't do it if they weren't forced to. Because they probably live in, like, swing districts or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Like, the vast majority of Republicans did not vote for it, so don't start praising Republicans out of nowhere. Weird.
Oh, I mean, the neoliberals, they're still glazing Marjorie Taylor Greene, even though she's not in Congress anymore.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Yeah, she was just on The View.
I'm gonna praise her stupid ass. Like, yeah, I saw her ass on The View, and she was trying to push this, like, bullshit mix of, like, feminism and fascism.
Oh, she just went on a second time after her retirement on the 5th.
What's going on again?
Yeah.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
She's probably still pushing that feminism, fascism shit.
Yeah, she is, and and she did announce I think she did announce the fucking Gestapo execution 2 days ago, so of course, they're probably gonna invite her on more shows and all this shit.
Yeah. So dumb.
Yeah, I mean, she helped pave the way for the end of Roe versus Wade as well.
Like, people are forgetting she's like extremely anti-immigrant and extremely anti-LGBTQ plus and extremely anti-abortion. Like, what the hell are these liberals doing? Just because she's anti-Trump doesn't negate all that other shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, the neoliberals, they're so conservative now at this rate.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's flabbergasting when you go like on Blue Sky and you just see like the neolibs like suck it up to Marjorie, and it's just like wow, wow.
So, like, Blue Sky, like a neolib thing, or I always figured it would be like a more lefty thing, but from the way it describes it, like I hear a lot of people describe it, it sounds like it's like wine mom neoliberal bullshit.
Yeah, once Trump won the election, they flooded Blue Sky at a higher rate. And then, some of them may have quit by now, or they just kind of left their accounts inactive. But like, yeah, there was just that flood of, neolib stuff.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and they're in the total echo chamber, and if you say anything, oh, I mean, they'll call you like doomer, and pessimist. Um, they did get mad at Schumer for the CR bill shutdown, but then they go back to usual, basically.
Yeah, right back to sucking them off.
Yeah. Yeah, the DSA Mandani stuff is like a really bad cult now. And even BRG is just like calling everybody ultra left as well, by the way.
Is he? Last I saw, I haven't checked in on him in a while, but last I saw, he was like admitting that people were right about Mamdani.
Oh, he had to do some damage control.
Again.
He did some damage control, but then he would do the thing of like, you shouldn't be splitting the DSA, and you shouldn't be criticizing everybody in DSA, and then he would do the thing of like, oh, okay, like he is conceding and yada yada, but you can't say he's collaborating with the state. Oh, and Mandani raised like the train fare, in New York.
Nah, I heard I heard that's a lie. That was already passed by the Eric Adams administration, and it was already set to happen.
I see. Well, the messaging doesn't help the DSA because they were going around. A lot of them had been going around saying that Mondani never promised free transportation at all. So
that's weird of them to say that. Okay, that leads credence. Like that actually gives credence to the lie. That's bad. That's just bad messaging on their part.
I think what it is that they know that he's not going to make the buses for free. So they just kind of, now they're rewriting history.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just, the Graham Plattner stuff, and then there's these other two Zionists that the influencers were endorsing, and DSA, and it's just, they're betting on 2026, basically.
Yeah. I haven't heard much from Graham Plattner in a while. Like I feel like they dropped that whole like Nazi tattoo thing, and then there was like a media blackout from there.
Well, he's being promoted by some of them, but not all of them. And then, he's no longer calling.
He's probably being promoted by like the progressive wing, but I mean like the mainstream media shit.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think they're covering that stuff. I don't think they're covering that race.
Yeah, they aren't now. Yeah, and he's also says that he's not a socialist now, by the way. So
he's just going all over the place.
Yeah, plus it's the state of Maine, it's also just super white as well.
Yeah, it's very white, very old.
And it's also going to be what's it called? It's a ranked choice voting system over there. So like, he's up against the governor as well.
Yeah, Mills.
Yeah.
She's one of the least. I think she is the least. She's either the least or the second least liked governor in the entire country.
Yeah.
She's also pretty anti-union, from what I hear.
Yeah, she is. I mean, the New England Democrats are really not that good at all.
Yeah. It's weird because like they seem to have some of the best economic statistics.
Right.
I don't know, maybe it's just because they have low populations.
Yeah, it's that's just how the state of things are, and it's and they shot two people in Portland yesterday, and today we're learning that they happen to be Venezuelan, but that's they dox them, the government. But like the
Shot
911,
two more people yesterday?
they didn't kill them, but they shot them, and they're hospitalized and under arrest
Why did
by.
they shoot them though? Is there a video of it?
There's no video of it. There's supposedly like a leaked 911 transcript where the female victim was like calling because like they were hurt. Um, but like basically we don't like nobody has access to both of them. They're in the hospital. So like, I get the bad feeling it'll be another cover up too because Trump is the DOJ is not letting the state of Minnesota investigate the execution they just did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard that. I heard that one. That's insane. And
Yeah.
JD Vance came up and was like defending him, saying he had like absolute immunity or some shit. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, he did, and he was attacking Rainy Good. Yeah.
That's insane. He's such a piece of shit.
Yeah,
I
he.
swear, if Democrats allow that fucker to win the presidency, oh my god. I can't believe he's even the vice president. It's so frustrating. Man, my congestion is getting really fucking bad.
Oh, and they don't. People don't even realize that JD Vance is going to be the one counting the electoral votes on January 6, 2029.
Yeah, and he still to this day doesn't even accept that the 2020 election was real.
Yeah, he advocated for the legal strategy for Mike Pence to like not count the votes of the swing states, but obviously Pence didn't do that anymore.
Yeah.
So like even if Vance like loses the popular vote or he loses the electoral college, he and Trump they might just refuse to count it, and do another coup. Well, I mean they kind of already did, but
Yeah.
a lot of the sad part is that a lot of people will not take us serious if we say that Vance has a big chance of winning.
I think it's kind of mixed. I like the neo-lib types wouldn't, but I think most other people would like take you serious.
Yeah. Yeah, the neoliberalism is going away. It's dead. It's just kind of zombie state.
Yeah.
Yeah, the far right trends are getting worse. Like now there's this white 19-year-old guy who takes like a lot of testosterone and steroids and makeup. His name is Clavacli. The streamer name is like, yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that ran over some person.
Yeah, on his Tesla live stream.
I mean, that same guy, he was also like, I don't remember whose show he was on. I saw some clip of him like saying he wouldn't vote for JD Vance because he's like bad and ugly or something. And he was like saying he would vote for like Gavin Newsom because he's like a Chad. He's like a hot Chad or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is like some like weird gay shit to say. Like,
Yeah, he denies being gay, but it is that kind of thing going on with him for sure. And he's been like taking steroids and all this since 14. He says he does a little bit of meth as well.
his balls must be shriveled up to hell. Jeez.
Yeah, he even admitted on the stream that like he might not be able to have kids and all that too. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, he's very open about like encouraging men to use makeup as well. He gets kind of flack from others on the right for that kind of stuff, but
I didn't know he uses makeup.
yeah, yeah, he says to make
JD Vance uses makeup, so.
true. Even Trump, if we're honest.
Yeah, he does.
I guess makeup is okay if it's like somehow cis and straight, basically. You know, toxic masculine version of it, you know, for these people. But yeah.
My congestion is getting so bad right now. I gotta do something. I think I'm gonna head out for a while and try to relax.
Yeah, I'll probably end the stream in like a few minutes then.
Sounds good. Well, it was nice talking and catching up.
Same here. Yeah, glad I had you on.
Yeah, alright, peace out.
Peace out. All right, well, if you made it this far, I think I'm gonna end the stream pretty soon. I mean, we've tried to cover everything in over 5 hours that we could, and yeah, by the time you're listening to the end of the stream, I'm sure worldwide events have like changed a lot. Everything is fucking crazy. I'm just gonna end it with saying like we need an anti-war movement, an anti-fascist movement, domestically here, all of it. Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Sudan, Venezuela, Cuba. They're coming for Iran next. Yes. May not be tomorrow, may not be next week, could be next month, could be by the end of the year. But to be quite honest, I really think it's coming very, very soon. Maybe this month. Not for the sake of predictions, but concrete conditions. Yeah, things are serious. Things are happening way too fast. We need serious organizing. We need to meet with the people. We actually need to feed homeless people, feed people in general, as well. We don't even need a party for that, honestly. We should be able to do that even with local stuff. Even on an individual basis if it comes down to that. Because, like, I know out here in Turtle Island, we live all over the place. We need hypervigilance. We need urgency. Yes, we do need some alarmism. Things are too out of control. So, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna end it here. Be safe, everybody. Be safe.